Thank you. Good morning. Kia ora to everyone. Hearing number 3 on the Central Hawke's Bay District Planning Review is now reconvened, and we have a sort of day and a half scheduled for submitters and then response from the reporting planners. So the morning we have Stephen Dace for Heretaunga Tamatea Settlement Trust to talk to us, and we've read your evidence. Thank you, Stephen. We also have representations from Silver Fern Farms, James Bridge through his legal counsel, I believe, Livingston Properties and Surveying Company. We'll take a break at approximately 11 o'clock, and we'll hear from legal counsel for the Borders at 11:30. We'll take a lunch sort of around midday, and then we will wrap up the hearing after lunch with some responses, potentially questions and answers for from the noise experts for the councils, and then some feedback from the reporting officers to matters arising during the hearing. Just like with all hearings, cell phones should be off or on silent. If you're coming in via Zoom, and that will be 2 submitters and legal counsel for the Borders and the noise experts. If you could please have your camera on when you are speaking. Jessie here is in charge of mute and unmute, so she'll get out. Now, the sessions are recorded, so people can revisit the hearing, or if they've missed bits, come in and see that. And for that purpose, I just want to emphasise that the agenda for the hearing, as always, is a bit flexible, as people may take longer than they thought they were going to take, or shorter, and so we have to adjust the hearings accordingly. If people are relying on, somebody being heard at exactly 12:10 and they missed 5 minutes of it, they can revisit the recording and just catch up that way. I think that's all that has to cover off this morning. So welcome to the hearing, Stephen. We have, as I said, read your evidence, but we would be very grateful for sort of a bit of a summary overview, if you can, to answer any questions you may have. Thank you. Oh, and just in one pause too, it's not for you. There is some difficulty. The mics up here, the green light things, can't always pick up with wider people in the room. So if you are talking, can you just kind of raise your head a little bit and talk up to mics? That would help. Thank you. Sorry.
Yes, thank you very much. And we're well aware of the need to have audio in these hearings. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the panel for hearing the submission. I think we've taken my evidence as read, but I will highlight just some overview matters. Mitchell Dace was engaged by Heretaunga Tamatea Settlement Trust really to advance their interests as representing tangata whenua across these things in Central Hawke's Bay districts with regard to their own interests in relation to some treaty settlement lands that have been returned, and we'll be talking further with the panel about that in subsequent hearings. But also supporting the concept of water storage as a key element to maintain the economic vibrancy and base for Central Hawke's Bay District. There's a number of submissions that have been lodged in regard to that theme, and the first one you would have heard in the actual environment hearing, supporting a key policy that the council had advocated for. So at that hearing, you would have heard from Liz Munro, who was the chief executive of Heretaunga Tamatea Settlement Trust at the time we lodged the submissions, and also from the new owners of the water storage consents that are still alive and well and have a 35-year term. And there is a lapse period associated with those of 10 years. So I'm also appearing today on behalf of the Tukituki Water Security Project and Water Holdings Limited, who are further submitters on the request made by Heretaunga Tamatea Settlement Trust. So I know a lot of you are very familiar with that project. As a planner, I'm absolutely aware of the crucial nature a district plan plays in relation to these matters and getting the key objectives and policies established in the plan to support water storage going forward in whatever form that may finally be for Central Hawke's Bay is absolutely pivotal for this district, in my view. So in terms of my evidence itself, I'll take as read my qualifications and experience. Obviously, there is some background in item 2 to the Heretaunga Settlement Trust submission, with some background on the trust, which I think you're all very familiar with. So again, I won't go over those grounds. And in terms of preserving treaty of settlement outcomes and commitments, so we've just got a small section at 2.5 and 2.6, which outlines the specific interests the trust has with the Hapu and Marae in Central Hawke's Bay, and those two areas about maintaining and developing their opportunities as Hapu and Marae around lands, but also this broader interest in making sure that the district of Central Hawke's Bay does continue to prosper. And as a primarily farming community, there's no doubt in the iwi's mind, and certainly my mind, that harnessing the water resources that fall in and flow through the district for both productive use and with a key eye to the environmental aspects of the any use that is associated with productive land use. Now, my item 3 is a key of the submission, but before I do so, I'd just like to interpose the policy position at the RPS level. Of course, you'll be aware that this plan has to give effect to the RPS objectives and policies as a higher order document. And look, I apologise for this, but I had meant to include the key policy in my evidence, but I'll give it to you in verbally. So the key policy is policy LW1 of the RPS. It's titled Problem Solving Approach, Catchment-Based Integrated Management. And I'll just read out item 1 of that. Adopt an integrated management approach to fresh water and the effects of land use and development within each catchment area. And there's a list of matters that underpin that key RPS policy. And K reads that enables water storage infrastructure where it can provide increased water availability and security for water users while avoiding, remedying or mitigating adverse effects on freshwater values. So that's the key directive that the panel has to implement. And as it flows down through the district planning perspective, a lot of people might just think it's water, regional council responsibility, but no, the district plan and the district council's responsibility is a key facet in giving effect to that policy. When you look at the Ruatana for Water Storage consents, there were certainly a large number of regional council consents, but there was a very important CHB district council land use consent that permitted or deals with the infrastructure issues around these types of water storage projects. So I say in evidence to you that the council must give effect to that RPS policy, and the policy we're going to talk about today is absolutely fundamental to that, in my view. And starting at 3.1, we are looking for Tamatea Settlement Trust, supported by Tukituki Water Security Project and Water Holdings Limited, and also by Silver Fern Farms, who are another supporting further submitter. I'll just read that out. It's a new policy, we call it PX. Tangata Whenua recognise the need for an economically sustainable rural environment which has access to reliable stored water resources to ensure the productive capacity of the land is maintained. So I just thought it was really important that I come in person to give this evidence, because as I think Rowena said in her 42A report, that it was a little bit unclear from the submission about the linkages of the resource management issue into the issue of objective policies and methods of the plan. So I thought the starting point was really important that we look at the RPS position that the council and you as a panel have to give effect to. And in terms of the resource management issue, the issue really is an incremental loss of highly productive land. And the district plan, in my view, has only dealt with one policy matter in terms of dealing with that issue, and that is focusing on fragmentation of land. So classically, in the day, for as long as district plans have been in place, and I've been around for a long time, since the Town and Country Planning Act, protection of high quality soils is a key planning factor. It's not so strong in the RMA, but I think we'll see that coming back with this new national policy statement being promulgated about high quality soils. So classically, and Central Hawke's Bay does have very high quality soils. We can grow anything here with the climate. The soils are wonderful in many parts of, particularly in some of those plains areas. The missing ingredient is water, and we know that we are restricted in terms of the community's well-being here about perhaps losing access to some of that water. So that's the fragmentation of land was through subdivision, those sorts of things, lifestyle blocks. And the district plan, in my view, has only picked up that as a single issue. But probably the more significant and more important policy issue is around access to stored water. And you can't, you'll lose highly productive land. The land will still be there, but you won't be able to use it to its full potential. Yes, water can be appropriately harnessed and used in and around your district. So I see there's a funny Latin term called a lacuna, means a policy gap. I think there is a key policy gap in relation to that second leg off the dealing with the incremental loss of highly productive land. I'll take you through the MPS FM Water 2020, which talks about the principles, and those will be very familiar with you. And I think it is really significant that in terms of Te Mana o Te Wai, it's really significant that the one of the settlement trust and who's representing interests of people that are beneficiaries of that trust, bring this matter to the council's attention, that it is supportive of strong, appropriate policy around water storage. And I'll say that the key use of water is a key stewardship consideration for the council and for Tangata Whenua. As I said, we have a key river which runs through your district, the Tuki, which has a massive system of tributaries that feed into that. That water falls in your district as rainfall that is collected up in some aquifers and the rivers, and it basically flows through and out of your district. And unless it can be well harnessed, there's going to be some issues in the future. In my footnote on page 8, I talk about a key document. It was prepared by Lewis Tucker and Co, who are an economic commercial company in Wellington, and that has been released November 2021. And that looks at particularly all of the potential water storage options again from a fresh perspective. And it just highlights that the dreams of perhaps having smaller storage schemes dotted around or on-farm storage just does not work economically. The only solution really is significant water storage. And so I'd commend you to read that. I can certainly make that available. I've volunteered here, so I'll hear back in questions if you'd like me to send a copy through. The other issue is about climate change. And when we did the resource consenting project through the Board of Inquiry for the Ruataniwha scheme, an absolutely critical element was the fact that the climate scientists were predicting a drying East Coast, a drying Central Hawke's Bay. And the interesting factor was that, and that's Dr. James Renwick, who is now on the Climate Change Commission and very highly respected climate change scientist. His position was that the western side of the ranges are actually going to get wetter, so the catchment areas for your ranges are going to get more water, but your East Coast is going to dry. So in theory, and it's more than a theory, it's actually been proven by the hydrology recently, that if you can capture the increased rainfall on the West Coast, store it and use it during the drier summers that are going to come into your district over the next 10, 20, 50, 100 years. That's the key part of providing security for your district and your people. Now, just to finalise my 321, there's clearly more than just a mana whenua or a tangata whenua issue. I would suggest that there would just be one small tweak to the proposed policy RLRP. It's to take out the reference to tangata whenua because it is a community-wide values issue, and just to simply say to provide for an economically sustainable rural environment which has access to reliable stored water resources to ensure the productive capacity of the land is maintained. And that's entirely within the scope, in my view. Just taking the words tangata whenua out does not actually change the scope in my view at all. It just broadens it to perhaps a more accurate position of the request. There are two other matters to raise in terms of the rural lifestyle zone, and we'll be talking to you further about some proposed project development areas and minimum lot sizes that are going to be quite important to maximise the utility of that land going forward for mana whenua. And I see the Furitaua report supports the reduction of lot sizes on average from 4,000 square metres to 2,500. And that'll have a big benefit for providing future use of some of that land that we are seeking, or the trust is seeking to be rezoned. And I think that's 2,500 square metres is still a large lot. You can deal with all the servicing on-site issues. And again, that's a much more efficient use of land than the larger lifestyle, because basically they're both lifestyle lots. You can actually make the utility of the same land. The last submission was about provision for community facilities, and I'd just like to say that this is a broad request to provide better for community facilities and buildings with controlled activity up to 200 square metres. We think that is much more realistic for the sorts of activities that fit under that definition. Look, in conclusion, I really appreciate the fact that the 42A Port Orders has requested clarification. It's a key issue. And as I said at the start, it was really important to come in and address the panel in person to bring that forward with my experience and my advice to you as a panel. I have done a 32AA evaluation, but I know that any change to the policy within the plan has to be supported by a rational approach. And in my view, the change does lead to a more effective and efficient outcome. The costs and benefits are pretty stark. If with the regional council's Tuki plan change 6, it's actually taken the district backwards in terms of access to water for productive land use. At the time, it was done in tandem with the water storage scheme, which compensated for that. But now you're in the worst of both worlds. You've lost access to water much of the water that the district had available. But there's still some work to do to get the water storage project up and going. And with the climate change predictions, the lack of access to secure water is going to drive your economy backwards. I think there is a significant risk of not acting on this policy because of that very strong climate change evidence. And just to summarise, including that new policy PLRX is proposed or recommended, is certainly in my professional opinion the most appropriate option, rather than leaving it out. And the last point where I started with the RPS directive. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was a bit of a run through. Hopefully that was helpful.
If you're available for answering any questions, so.
So a couple of questions. You may have already covered it off properly, simply in your evidence, but I thought I'd give you a chance to just provide a bit more. We discussed your submission yesterday, specifically in the context of the connection between highly protected land and water storage and the inclusion of the new policy. Section 42A writers were not convinced that there was a sufficient nexus between the two. Again, you may have already covered it up sufficiently in your view. That's what I just thought I'd raise it and say, do you have any additional thoughts or perspective on that?
I think the key issue is this integration. Goes straight from the RMA into integrating land use and infrastructure, for example. And the only way to effectively store water is through infrastructure. So I'd say that there's absolute nexus between water storage and land use. And that's exactly the way the RPS policy that I've given you deals with the matter as well. It's core business for both the regional council and the district council to look at the integration of land use and the ability to use land effectively, efficiently, to its potential through water storage. So I'm no doubt in my mind that there is an absolutely clear legal and policy directive from the RPS that this is appropriate.
Just to be clear, taking on the point about 2 minutes away. So the trust considers enabling water storage to be part of giving the people tomorrow. Would that be?
they've lodged a submission. I think the Ruatana for Water Storage Scheme, and Commissioner Lovell, you're very familiar with that. You've been in that 8-week hearing. That was underpinned by an Environment First perspective, that there was very substantial environmental safeguards for water quality, and a major, probably the largest environmental offset program or infrastructure project ever delivered in New Zealand, that dealt with that Environment First aspect of Te Mana Wai. The new owners are looking, and that comes through in the Lewis Tucker report, looking to offer even more to the environment through taking the project forward with further water supply to the environment to underpin the low flow position at Red Bridge. The low flow position at Red Bridge for the Tukituki River has been set for species protection. But the reality is that low flow position is often in dry years, the river actually runs well below that low flow. And that's what the environment does. And so naturally, the drought of 2020, 2021 is a classic, one of the most severe drought that this district has seen. The low flow limit at Red Bridge what it got down to, even with all irrigation bans, was about half to 2/3 of what the low flow limit is. So naturally, with the drying climate, you're seeing the environment really suffering from those sorts of issues. The water storage scheme has been thought about in a way that perhaps another 20% of the water might be made available in those very dry years to underpin the environmental sustainability of the Tukituki River system in terms of those key ecological low flow provisions.
We'll be able to have that report, so
Yes,
just to say that.
yes,
And I note your point in terms of the storage. But ultimately, of course, and this sort of segues nicely into my last question. Ultimately, of course, as part of this, we have to contextually we have to provide for providing the water storage, we're providing for it. We're funding for we already have it here, we concerns, but district wide.
yes.
Acknowledging your comment about the economics and the likelihood of where a water storage system would be placed and such. So I guess we are aware, you'll be aware that there is a reference to the landscape section of the PDP. We discussed in the first hearing, in particular, whether the landscape section was the appropriate place for that particular reference in the plan, and we along the post we discussed whether the strategic section might be a good place for it. Had feedback from the writers that there is scope for that. So we're having this conversation now as part of a broader conversation in terms of the release. So do you have a perspective on that?
I certainly do, and it is a strategic issue for the district. I think in the widest perspective, it is probably the most important strategic issue for the district going forward. Not only secure water supply for productive land use that will underpin economic and social well-being, it's also secure water supply around water towns, communities, goes through that Te Mana Otiwai. And the district can have it all. It can have secure water storage, it can have an improved environment, it can have a better and prosperous future associated with the water resources that the district harnesses. And with the climate change predictions, which are coming more and more stark, I think, in my planning opinion, it is the number one strategic issue for the district. In the way that Heretaunga Tamatea Settlement Trust emissions in terms of its broad request for objectives and policies to underpin that is very clear. So certainly that is my opinion. It is certainly a critical strategic issue for the district.
Just a couple of questions. One is just on that topic to flow through. The original permission sought for that RLA PX to just refer to tangata whenua, and you're now suggesting it be a broader sort of. And I know you've covered it, but would you, for my benefit, is that in terms of scope to widen it? Is there sufficient scope in the submission to widen it to a sort of broader district-wide kind of policy?
I think that the Settlement Trust wanted to make it clear that this was a critical issue for its beneficiaries. And that's why I had the word Tangata Whenua seeks that. But I think on behalf of the whole community, it's such an important issue that it's a whole of community issue advocated for by the Tangata Whenua. In policy terms, I think it's more accurate to recognise that it's a whole of community issue. And all we're doing in terms of scope is taking the narrower request from Tangata Whenua to, of course, Tangata Whenua are a key part of the district here. Obviously. It's advocating that position on behalf of the whole community.
The other question I have was a much more specific one in relationship to the rural lifestyle thing. You referenced the Pukeora conflict plan. Can you just outline what and where that is and status at the moment?
Yes, so there were 3 key rezoning requests made by Heretaunga Tamatea Settlement Trust. One was associated with land that has been, or is being returned in terms of the Pukeora Hill, so the old hospital,
sanatorium,
the forestry blocking behind that, and also the flat land underneath the limestone escarpment. That is an area of land which will come into ownership. I'm not sure. Mark will have more information about the timing of that. But when we looked at, so there's that one. There's the area of land around Lake Whātuma, which again, absolutely my understanding and knowledge and talking to mana whenua around here was that sort of breadbasket, such a strong connection, that area, and there's an opportunity with some land there. The lake's been returned, and lake edges, which are quite a fantastic opportunity for reconnecting and living near that lake. There's a second one, and the whole Te Ati school and surrounding areas is a third key area. So we'll be talking to you further about this in the rezoning hearings, but fundamentally, the opportunity of this district plan and the timing of the treaty settlement provided a great opportunity to bring forward those opportunities for mana whenua to actually use their land appropriately in terms of their desires and opportunities and economic economic and social well-being, by inserting provisions in the district plan to allow for those activities.
We'll hear more about it later on.
Hear about those, and I think it's the last hearing, hearing 6. Hearing before you on those matters, but there are structure plans prepared for each of those areas.
I don't have any more questions. Does anyone have any questions?
I've got to talk to Darren and Liz about that, who attends, but certainly the trust has a real interest in the whole plan in terms of tone of general interest. There's some pretty important policies us is seeking in terms of tone of general, and I'll just say I'm chairing the New Plymouth District Plan at the moment, the New Plymouth District Council, and the strength of the real feature of those hearings is the participation and strength of 8 iwi within New Plymouth District Council in terms of them being appropriately recognised and really key part of the district plan. So I'm sure you'll hear from us further on that.
Thank you. Commissioner Taylor?
Yeah, Commissioner Lovell mentioned, could we please have the Takalua scoping report? But I'd also like to see the climate change review by
Yes.
Dr. James Renwick, and
Yes.
if you could highlight or tell us specifically where he outlined the future drying
Yes.
trend that you rely your opinion on. So
Yes.
we could,
Yes. I'll certainly send that through, Jesse, with the covering email.
just alerting us where to find
I
it.
just think where you can find
Thank you.
the
I think that's all the questions we have for you. So thank you for your time and well summarised positions for the trust.
Thank you very much. Good luck with the rest of your hearings. It's a very interesting process to look at the whole district and think about these things. So
Sounds like you're going through the same thing in New Plymouth.
yeah, we're up to hearing 22. We've been going since June last year. Yeah. Hey, New Plymouth has got a very effects-based plan that has failed badly. So there's a lot of change being proposed in that new district plan. So yeah, interesting. Thank you, and thank you very much to the staff as well. We'll see you next time.
Okay, thank you. Need to find that transition. So this next submitter is Steve Tuck for Silverfern Farms Limited, who's been sitting patiently online. Thank you, Steve. Just make sure that all the commissioners we've all read the commissions and following statements. So thank you for that. We would be very grateful if you could please just sort of summarise the key points for the company. It's over to you, Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Good morning to the members of the panel and the staff. Yes, thank you for that introduction. I will just briefly recap the 4 key points of my evidence, and then we can move on to questions if there are any. I think it's fairly straightforward. As you'll appreciate, Silverfern Farms operates meat processing plants around the country. They're large meat processing plants. They fit neatly within the definition of rural industry. With regards to this hearing today, the 4 key points to discuss through my evidence are the issue of explicit policy recognition for rural industry in the rural zones, the consenting pathways for rural industry, just a minor matter about managing non-rural, rural residential subdivision and potential reverse sensitivity effects of that. And just another minor matter about whether or not non-rural commercial and non-rural industrial activities should be facilitated in these rural zones. So the key matter, I think, that is dealt with at length in my evidence is the question of policy recognition for rural industry in the rural zone provisions. Section 4 of my evidence discusses that matter in detail. I think to sum it up in brief, there's no reference to rural industry in the rural zones policy framework, notwithstanding the fact that there are rules about rural industry in the plan. In my view, I think this policy gap should be filled. That would make the plan more consistent with the explicit references in the national planning standards to rural industry being located in the rural zones. I described in, I think it's paragraph 4.9 of my evidence, how the national planning standard references to rural industry were carried over from an early draft of the forthcoming national policy statement for highly productive land. To my mind, that indicates that at a national level, there's a degree of acceptance that rural industry is an accepted component of the rural environment. So to my mind, explicit reference to rural industry within the rural zones is appropriate. Rural industry is directly related to and it supports primary production. By definition, rural industry can only occur in the rural zones. I do disagree with the position of the Section 42A author, which comments that providing explicit references to rural industry in the policies would go some way to providing a sort of a carte blanche policy enablement of rural industry. I don't agree with that. I think that the national planning standards and the definition of rural industry together support explicit reference to rural industry as a pretty fundamental part of supporting the primary production role of the rural zones. Explicit references to rural industry in the policy provisions will simply avoid any uncertainty about the role of rural industry, which I think should be accepted in these zones. Explicit references will just help the plan to be clearly understood and applied efficiently. So moving on to the next matter raised in my evidence, which was in Section 5 of my evidence, was about the consenting pathways that are being afforded to rural industry. The originally notified plan had no consenting pathway for rural industry, and the Section 42A reports recommends that a catch-all discretionary activity status be applied to rural industry. I've suggested in my evidence that perhaps a catch-all discretionary activity status is a bit blunt for an activity that comes in quite a few different shapes and sizes and forms, and an activity that, as I say, should be accepted in the rural zones. So I've suggested that for smaller scale proposals that can comply with sort of reasonable activity design performance standards could be provided for as a controlled activity. That provides some certainty for proponents of rural industry in the rural zones, that small scale proposals are going to be processed in a manner that's probably uncontroversial, but remaining with a discretionary activity status for larger scale rural industry proposals that can't meet the relevant performance standards provides the assessor with discretion to consider all of the effects that are relevant to a large scale rural industry proposal. I think that a controlled discretionary activity status split sort of reaches a reasonably neat balance between recognising that primary production is sought by the plan to be given the predominant role as an as-of-right activity in the rural zones. So controlled activity status for small scale rural industry would sit behind that, whereas the discretionary activity status for rural industry that is larger scale and potentially has greater effects provides the council and the community with surety that a full assessment can be undertaken. The last 2 points that I just wanted to cover off quickly were in Section 6 of my evidence, I just included a brief discussion about closing a potential gap in some subdivision rules that might allow for sort of iterative piecemeal small lot rural residential subdivision in the rural production zone and general rural zone. Clearly there are good reasons for seeking to direct rural residential activities and subdivision to the rural lifestyle zone rather than the general rural and rural production zone. And my evidence in Section 6 is simply pointing out that with regards to offering up a covenant or some other form of surety that further piecemeal subdivision won't occur is something that probably should be considered, lest there be a loophole that would allow ongoing small lot subdivision and potential future reverse sensitivity effects on primary production and other rural activities. The last section of my evidence, Section 7, was just dealing with a proposition by another submitter, Tomato Mushrooms, who were seeking to provide for service activities as defined in the rural zones. My view was that that is inappropriate because the definition of service activities is fairly wide. It covers a range of urban activities that would be inappropriate to locate in a rural zone. The Section 42A author recommended rejecting that submission point by Tomato Mushrooms seeking to provide for service activities. I support the Section 42A recommendation in that regard. And I note that in paragraph 4.2 of Tomato Mushrooms evidence, they indicate that they're not going to agitate the point further. So those were the 4 key points of my evidence. Hopefully I've just summarised that briefly enough for you. I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Steve. I'll turn to the commissioners. Any questions? None to my right, I don't think. Commissioner Little?
Just a couple of small ones. Paragraph 5.3 of your letter,
Yes.
you refer to modest rural industry activities. I suppose I'm wondering, scale, because you mentioned small and large as well in terms of industry, rural industry. What do you mean by modest? Do you have an example you can give me?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, the first thing that comes to mind is a proposal for, say, the extension of an existing facility, perhaps a new building within an existing facility. But it's important to note, I suppose, that the definition of rural industry is pretty wide. It's not just industry, it's also businesses. So you're sort of running the gamut of anything from, say, vehicle depots to large processing plants like Silver Ferns site, down to something like potentially a pack house, a cool store, or perhaps even like a rural or horticultural or agricultural research institute that has some industrial components. So I think there's a broad range of activities that are captured under the umbrella of rural industry, and you could go from small, which might be a small building, a small extension, or a standalone activity that's reasonably modest, like potentially a smaller pack house or a smaller vehicle depot or rural contractor depot, up to the really big facilities like my client operates at Takapau.
And then just on your section 5 and the consenting pathway you propose, can you point me to any other plans around the country that have that framework?
So a framework specifically for rural industry with a controlled discretionary activity status split?
Well, yeah, something in that context.
Off the top of my head, I can't name a plan right now, but I can easily come back to you on that question if that's appropriate.
If you could, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. I've only got one question. The issue of rural industry in the rural zones, you say that rural industry can only locate in those 2 zones. Is there a difference in your view about locating within the highly productive zones versus the more general rural zones in terms of addressing, potential rural industry, in terms of what the zones are trying to achieve in terms of protecting highly productive soil?
I certainly recognise the distinction between the 2 zones in terms of the land, the value or the quality of the soil resource. But I also note that looking at those sort of higher order documents like the National Planning Standards, that both the general rural and the rural production zone in the National Planning Standards in any case explicitly refer to rural industry. And I think that the on the ground nexus between primary production and rural industry indicates that rural industry would be appropriate in either general rural or rural production. I don't think that providing for rural industry as a controlled or discretionary activity in the rural production zone would produce adverse effects on the soil resource that are unconsentable or unreasonable, given the nexus of rural industry with primary production and given the recognition in the National Planning Standards in both zones.
Any other questions?
Yeah, just I just had one, we've just heard from the Heratonga Tamatea Settlement Trust. He mentioned at the start he was appearing on behalf of a couple of other parties, but also in support of, and I stand to be corrected, I thought I wrote down that he said Silver Fern Farms. So basically one of the discussions there was on the water security options, water storage, the importance of water within the district. Do you know, I'm just flicking through the further submissions to see if you, as Silver Fern Farms had commented on that submission in particular, but I haven't got that far yet. I don't think you did. Any comments on, did you hear that submission?
I heard Mr. Daish, my colleague. Mr. Daish is I'm representing Silver Fern Farms. Mr. Daish isn't. Silver Fern Farms didn't make any particular submission on water storage matters, and I didn't refer to it in my evidence. I'm happy to refer to it discuss it in a general sense if that's what you're after, but it's sort of out of the scope of my evidence.
Yep. General sense would be good.
I think water storage is a locationally constrained activity, right? It can only occur in certain places. It's a fundamental supporting asset, I suppose, to primary production. I think it is appropriate to provide for it in rural areas, yes.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, Steve, for that. And thank you for being patient and holding on the line. Much appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you very much for your time. Have a good day.
Cheers. If I could just explain to the next submitters, our next submitter was due to be heard at 9:45, but we were running late, but also I noted they hadn't been online or in person yet, so we're just trying to track them down to see what the happen is, but we can't get hold of them. So I think we'll bring you up to the table if that's all right, and we'll hear from you, and we'll just deal with Mr. Fish when we can.
It's Livingston, yes.
So welcome to the hearing. Yes, you're more than welcome to take off your mask once you're on the table. You might have to talk at any moment. So thank you very much for coming back to the hearing. As you know, this hearing is all on the rural provisions of the proposed plan. We are all ears open to hearing your submission. So who's to lead the charge?
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Tēnā koe, Mr. Chair, thank you for that. Yeah, so this is a submission on behalf of Livingston Properties. From Philip Mackay, and I've given a statement of evidence, which I take it you'll have in front of you and take it as read. I propose just to give a brief summary of that. In Andrew Taylor, the registered surveyor, will then give a PowerPoint presentation, and then the Livingston Properties representatives, Bill Livingston and Chris Skerman, are here available to help with answering questions.
Thank you.
But just in summarising our evidence on this hearing 3 topic, I'll just take from the last page of my evidence summary and conclusion. So it's in support of the Livingston Property Limited submission point and further submission relating to the rural environment portion of the district plan. Is, I've summarised that in a table. The submission point and further submissions categorised under 3 topic headings: minimum boundary setback, which was about the boundary setback applying to residential dwellings in the rural zones. In the current plan, it's 5 metres, and it's proposed to be 15 metres in the proposed plan. And so that was in support of a submission from Surveying the Bay to reduce it to 5 metres for existing titles. The second topic is provision for commercial activities in the general rural zone. So this was a further submission point that Industry New Zealand and Horticulture New Zealand, who are wanting to make it more restrictive for commercial activities in the general rural zone. And then the third point was the main part of the submission, which is the rural lifestyle zone subdivision provisions, where we're seeking a 4,000 square metre average site size with the ability to have a 2,500 square metre minimum site size, just to provide some greater flexibility in site sizes. And in our view, the quality of the subdivision, and it's that topic that Mr. Taylor's presentation will cover. So the Section 42A report recommends accepting in part that submission on the rural lifestyle zone subdivision provisions, and accepting all of the Livingston Property Limited further submission relating to the minimum boundary setbacks in the rural zones and commercial activities in the general rural zone. So obviously I agree with those recommendations, that they're appropriate for achieving the purpose of the RMA. And I'll also note that although the recommendation was to accept the submission in part, it really accepts the intent of the Livingston Property submission, so we're happy with that as recommended. That's all I'll say in summarising my evidence. Happy to answer any questions, but perhaps it'll be best to have questions at the end and for Mr. Taylor to present the PowerPoint on the subdivision issue.
Okay, just before you do that, just to clarify, so the real outstanding issue at the moment is around the setback and boundary setback provision. Otherwise, there's a general agreement with the section 42.
Oh, sorry, no, we
Reading through.
in my opinion, I accept what's been recommended by the section 42A reporting officer on the minimum boundary setback, which was to allow a 5 metre setback for sites created before the 28th of May 2021. So we support that, although I do note that if reverse sensitivity is a concern, which I see in the evidence of Horticulture New Zealand, it is to them, that there would, in my opinion, be justification for having a greater setback in the rural production zone as opposed to the general rural zone and the rural lifestyle zone, which the submission is really concerned with.
I might come back to that because you talk about there could be an option requiring a greater setback in rural productions. But we can come back to that. Process. Okay. So,
you. Good morning, Andrew Taylor's my name. I'm a registered professional surveyor based in Hastings. I have a PowerPoint presentation if you could. Please. So as Phil's discussed, the matter that my presentation relates to is around the flexibility in site sizes at the moment. In the rural lifestyle zone, the minimum site size proposed is a blanket 4,000 square metre. Our submission seeks that be altered to retaining the 4,000 as an average. So therefore, we're not pushing for greater density or not pushing to high yield. We are pushing to apply greater flexibility, which lets the subdivision layout be more responsive to terrain, more responsive to contour. It ends up a lot more interesting because you get a greater variety in site sizes. So I'll go back to the start page. I can do it from here, can't I? Yeah. So yeah, flexibility in site sizes is what the submission is all about. When we apply a minimum, applying a,
it's not on that screen there at all. Is that helpful?
thank you. Yes, applying a blanket.
I know the feeling.
I'll come back when I'm younger. Thank you, sir. So applying a blanket minimum site size of 4,000 square metres across the lifestyle zone discourages innovation and responsiveness. Smaller site sizes in some cases may be desirable, but we've got this 2,500 square metre minimum site size related to on-site effluent, so we're not asking for a provision to challenge that. We understand and accept that that's appropriate minimum. Retaining the 4,000 as an average protects overall yield. So as I was saying before, we're not pushing.
Moving that little screen because it's blocking some of the.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
So we're not pushing for a smaller average. We're just pushing for flexibility. But the average was achieved will allow the layout to respond to terrain, leading better and more extended.
Let's try that.
Next slide, please. Thank you. I've got an example which the next couple of slides show up. It's in Taradale. It's the Kent Terraces. It's right on the edge of Taradale. Taradale being a suburb of Napier. Its zoning is lifestyle character, which was introduced by a private plan change probably in the late 90s, early 2000s, I think it is. Subdivision minimum, so it's slightly different there in that it's more of a residential character than rural residential. It's right on the edge of Taradale. It applied a minimum lot size of 1,000 square metres with a minimum average lot size of 3,000 square metres. It was able to go down to an average of 1,000 because it had reticulated sewer. The lot layout applied the layout allowed for a variety of lot sizes, leading to better utilisation of the zone, a more interesting development, and the creation of a series of walkways and connected reserves. So if we go to the next slide, please. That's Kent Terraces under development, and so you can see there the terrain's quite variable. Down the bottom, we've got quite flat stuff that easily accommodates good section site sizes. So the 1,000 square meters is equivalent to your quarter acre. And the lower stuff in the flat could easily accommodate that and still be a much larger site size than what traditionally we have throughout Napier and Hastings. You can see that where the photo is taken, these are from the higher portions of the site. There's no way you're going to be able to fit 1,000 square meter, or you could cram a 1,000 square meter site in there, but it wouldn't be very pretty. So the ability to basically say, let's put the larger ones up the top, fan them around the valleys, and the smaller stuff down the bottom, ended up with that great variety in section shape and site sizes that we've got. We've got much more ability to be much more responsive to terrain. There was a reserve linkage that got put up through the gully in and around an existing pond, and it just ended up a lot better. So that was an enjoyable and relatively easy subdivision to design, because the constraints of having to, I mean, you can imagine trying to look at something like that and run. So the 3,000 there was an average. If that 3,000 were a minimum, we would have far fewer sites on the valley floor. We would have to achieve the yield, and that's a really important point to make, because when land is taken into a form of residential zoning, it's taken out of production. And I think there's a responsibility for a developer and for a council to sort of say, well, that then needs to yield as much as it can from a practical perspective without being ugly and without it cramming stuff in. That needs to produce as many sections as it can, because if we get fewer out of a piece of that like that, then we've got to go and rezone further land elsewhere to get the same, or to meet the demand in a residential setting. So if we had to apply 3,000 across that, it would have been pretty damn ugly. Next one, please. That's a really bland, just showing the boundary layouts over the top. And you can see, let's see if I can get them. I'll keep it out of your eyes. Can I hit up? This is the road running up the middle of the valley, the last valley, so the waterway running through here and up through here. This is Turanui Reserve up Sugarloaf. Really nice lines connect down and connected reserves here. So flat valley, smaller sites in and around 1,000, a little over 1,000 square meters. These are the larger ones that fall in the terrain. So the yield here was achieved through the averaging of that and that, but the averaging also allowed us to vest this as a reserve. There's a pond here, there's a walkway here, connected the reserve up to here, series of linkages, connected walkways all the way up to Sugarloaf Reserve. Fantastic amenity, neatly connected to down here, waterway comes through here. And this was sort of the second phase undertaken by the same developer, where he had something like 3 or 4 hectares. He was able to get 8 or a dozen around here, which were another 3 down here. Can you see the next slide, please? So that's walkways, all that sort of stuff. So it's just starting to talk about. So that was about 3 or 4 hectares. Sites here at 1,000 square meters. This then vested as a reserve, which is a detention reserve. There's a big stock thing through here, and it's got park-like qualities. That sort of thing wouldn't have been achievable if we had purely a blanket 3,000 square meters zone over the top. But the same number of sections would have been achieved. It just wouldn't have, the outcome would have been. So that type of approach is what we're asking for in the flexibility. Next, please. So lifestyle development is generally undertaken on large properties of variable terrain aspect and outlook. Flexibility in site size allows the layout to be more responsive to the siting. Siting creates opportunities for more interesting and varied development. Different site sizes, variety of section sizes, responsiveness to terrain, and brings in these types of benefits that we're talking about here. By that, averaging across reserve spaces and end up with far better stuff than just taking a paddock and cutting it up to 4,000 square meter size, because that's what the use is. Thank you.
Questions? Well, we've got 2.
Yeah, just one further point of explanation, Mr. Chair. Attached to my evidence was a concept plan, and that ultimately relates to the Stream 6 rezoning hearings. So it just helps to explain why Livingston Properties Limited is interested in the rural lifestyle zone provisions, because we're seeking that zoning over a portion of the property. And that concept also illustrates exactly what Andrew's just been explaining, that it would provide the opportunity to have significant reserve areas with smaller section sizes and still achieve a 4,000 square metre average.
Mount Herbert.
Yes, Mount Herbert Road, that's correct.
You open to answer any questions? Any questions from the panel? Right,
Right, so looking at the email. 17, second paragraph. We say enabling a 5 metre building setback to be retained for sites created before 28 May 2021. Do you have a sense of how many sites we're talking about?
Yeah, there would be hundreds over the district. I understand that you've received a report, I think, in the Section 42A officers reply to the Stream 2 hearings, where there was a population growth report on Central Hawke's Bay, and I think at the end of that report there were some graphs documenting a number of lifestyle sites, or residential and rural lifestyle sites created in the last few years. So there'd certainly be hundreds of 4,000 square metre sites over the existing rural zone, which will now be split between the rural production zone and the general rural zone, and a lesser area in the rural lifestyle zone.
Then some of the conversation we did have with yesterday. Paragraph 9. So it's around what you want to do in terms of commercial activities. Now, we heard from Port New Zealand that the risk of commercial activities for beer industry is the impact upon normal activities of rural production, such as spraying, particularly when we're talking about days, etc., that have outdoor areas. So I guess when I look at the Port New Zealand submission, their commentary is that they understand that there are commercial activities that are undertaken in the rural zone, but that for highly productive land areas, it has to be greater consideration for the activities that are undertaken in. What are your thoughts of having, I think the discussion, if we're not going to exclude them, or we're not going to exclude commercial activities, having this higher status, which of activity status, which ensures that these sort of assessments are undertaken.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, well, my thoughts are that the role, or the policy and role structure in the proposed plan was appropriate. Now, just to clarify here, I'm talking about the general rural zone, the rural lifestyle zone, rather than the rural production zone, because the Livingston Properties land is zoned general rural. So in the general rural zone, the existing policy and rule structure that allows very small commercial activities in the general rural zone. But the types of things that Livingston Properties are contemplating is what's shown on the concept plan. It indicates an indicative area for example, a concert venue or a farmer's market. Also a small commercial zoning, which if it wasn't rezoned, that would be where something like a cafe could be contemplated. So in terms of in the context of this property in the rural zone, it's accepted that a resource consent process is the appropriate way to seek consent for a commercial activity, and through that process, consideration can be given to neighbouring rural properties. It's important to note that the Livingston Properties land itself is a productive working farm and is proposed to remain so with the large balance area. With Herman, he's the farm manager, so it's not in their interest to hinder rural activities with any of these commercial initiatives. So the key point there is that with the existing policy and rule, there is a resource consent pathway for commercial activities in the rural zone, and I think that is an appropriate approach.
And just coming back to the setback. Relevant to you, but the one I was interested in was on the point of 5 meters or 15 meters. One of the issues that Hort New Zealand raised was not just having the issue of what the setback would be in the general rural or the rural lifestyle, but also the impact where those particular zones are actually adjacent to the rural production zone. And the question whether, notwithstanding what may be agreed or changed in terms of the 5 meters or 15 meters in these other zones, that there should be a reasonable setback where there is this adjacent nature, simply because we appreciate got the rural production zone right next door, the risk of spraying. What's your thought on that?
So I do acknowledge in this evidence here that the rural production zone, it may be appropriate to have a greater setback, and that it's, in my opinion, it is appropriate to distinguish the rural zone and the rural lifestyle zone from the rural production zone. So this, for Livingston Properties, this was a further submission in support of a submission made by Surveying the Bay, who were asking for a 5 metre setback to be applied generically to all of the rural zones, just because of that large number of rural lifestyle sites that have been created under a district plan that allowed dwellings to be built within 5 metres of the boundary. So in some cases, the building platforms will be closer to the boundary than 15 metres, particularly where it's sloping land, which is more common in the general rural and rural lifestyle zones and the flatter plains production zone. We should have more ability to centre the building platform. So my view is that it would, if you were concerned with the reverse sensitivity effects in the rural production zone, that it would be appropriate to have a greater setback for residential dwellings from the boundary in that zone compared to the other two.
Just to pick up on that point. So where rural production activities are likely to be more intensive and head on, how would that be determined with this district plan?
Well, it just have to be well, in my opinion, a flat rule. For example, if it was accepted, if that submission was accepted as is recommended in the section 42A report, the 5 metre setback apply to sites created before the 28th of May 2021 in the general rural and the rural lifestyle zones. For example, that could be changed to 10 metres or 15 metres or some other distance in the rural production zone.
As a default.
As a default, that's right. And then
And if there was a case that it could be a narrow setback because next door is unlikely to be used for intensive rural production purposes.
then the restricted discretionary resource consent process would apply, and if the written approval of that neighbour was obtained, then it should be a reasonably straightforward process. But what the submission and further submission is trying to avoid, Livingston Properties Limited has, and it's referenced in my evidence, has consent to an 88 lot complying subdivision under the current plan. So 88 complying lifestyle sites under the 4,000 square metre rule. So if Livingston Properties are unsuccessful in the rezoning request, then the land will remain zoned rural and they'll have the opportunity to implement that 88 lot subdivision. So having to get resource consent for that amount of new sites it creates a difficulty administratively, and if it's not really necessary. So, for example, some of those sites will just be bounding each other, so they won't have any frontage to a productive farmland, but they'd still be required to go through the resource consent process, which in that instance wouldn't really seem to be achieving anything.
So again, given in the context of the existing consent that's in place on the Livingston property site, it's a great example. If the 15 metre 15 metre setback was proposed on all of the bill, remained in place on all of those sites, we end up again to either seek resource consent to breach it, or you end up with quite a bland layout, and then all of the sites would almost look the same because the 15 metre pushes the buildings right into the middle of the property. Everything's going to end up exactly very similar in its appearance, which is what we're trying to discourage through the 5,000 square metre averaging. Second point I'm just keen to make is the officer's recommendation picks up on it really well in the table that they suggested. It's not just sites created, because these sites and these can be created is also consented under the old plan.
Okay, no more questions. Any further questions? Right. Well, thank you for your time and flexibility in the hearing, and we always like a good presentation to this. So that's good. It's quite the eye used there. So thank you for your time and effort. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Commissioners.
So we've had no further joy with Mr. Griffin.
Yeah.
Spring two.
It's submitted on
See you around, yeah.
Oh, no, you're right. We're on time.
Please call
Sorry. I saw that.
Who's right and who's wrong?
We're more than happy for you to, it looks like,
Well, I'll be short now, so.
all right, okay. Just
Two seconds.
wait for-
grab it. So,
That's all right. We've got time. We're actually on track.
oh, that's all right.
We're on track because we missed there's a missing submitter, missing
Oh, right.
action.
I can't find them in number one.
Oh, so,
That's all right. Gives us time. to get ready.
so just got a copy of my presentation today for you to have. So, and one for yourself as well. There we go.
No, I know.
Oh, yeah, you can get them around. You had me worried. And there's a couple of people that need them as well. Is it?
Sorry, love.
Yeah, just two, please.
Yep, yeah, they didn't. I'll do that. That's okay.
This is a very good.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Is this different to what?
Head out of part of our submission. Basically, alright, so we're missing one.
Right. I'm not important.
Do you think you're important or something?
Sure. we can take that.
Oh.
Well, someone's got to know what they're doing.
You don't have to read it while I'm doing this.
Wait for.
Yeah, just to give us. Yeah, just feel like a bit of backup every now and then. It's not unhelpful. It's like that, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the hearings panel. My name's Nick Wakefield. I want here on behalf of the surveying company. This is my business partner, Colin Foote, who started the company up in Pukekohe and then went back down to Hawke's Bay. We're here to talk about so obviously we're in the rural zone here, talking about rural zoning rules and subdivisions. So I thank you for the opportunity, and but we note that the section, like our submission point, was addressed in the section 42 report, volume 2 zone provisions. We will address the points as they were presented in that report, just to help you reference them. You need to go back through them. The first point that we'd like to address is the setback from neighbour rules. This is in all rural zones. We submitted that 15 metres was too extreme and would potentially lead to greater areas of productive land being inadvertently lost. We note in the officer's report that this was the position applied when commenting on and rejecting the request from Hawke NZ for a 30-metre setback. The point note there is 4.3.4 in the report. We stand by our stance that 15 metres is too great and will result in land being inadvertently lost to domestic surrounds. We see basically, and we also we see no real difference in a residential dwelling located in a rural production or general rural zone to that of a Kainga housing development in the same areas. Both result in people living rurally in and around rural production activities. In our opinion, based on creating multiple lifestyle sections in rural areas, a single residential dwelling located 5 metres from a boundary is less likely to result in reverse sensitivity issues than a Papakainga development. And we're all saying we don't want those developments. What we're saying is we think that those activities should be treated the same under the district plan. But look, we've been through the plan and we understand that like a subdivision around an existing dwelling in the rural production and general zones that does not comply with the setback requirements would be treated as a restricted discretionary activity. And this panel might see that safeguard of balancing reverse sensitivity issues with the loss of productive land is sufficient in these two zones, that being rural production and general rural. The zone that we really think you should refit the rule framework around building setbacks is the rural lifestyle zone. I'm going to quote from the policy, the issues raised in the district plan. It said that the zone was set up to provide a choice of residential environments and to protect productive and finite rural land resources from future ad hoc rural residential development. I take that to mean that this zone is essentially a residential zone at a rural lifestyle scale. This is, in our opinion, this is further emphasised by the officer's recommendation that council adopt a minimum 2,500 square metre with a 4,000 square metre average subdivision rule. To facilitate these smaller sections, being the 2,500 square metre sections, a 5 metre setback rule for residential buildings and a 10 metre for accessory buildings is more appropriate. If not adopted, council risk creating a situation where not only they will need to process subdivision consents, but they will then potentially be processing multiple land use consents to allow encroachment within the proposed building setbacks. This is not only costly to the landowner, making building a dwelling more difficult, but will further stretch the resources of council to process these applications. The planning division of the Central Hawke's Bay District Council is already stretched beyond capacity. I see no sense in creating situations that further stretch these resources. So that's our comment around building setbacks. I'd like to now address our points around subdivision rules. In our submission, we asked the following elements to be added or amended to the district plan. 1, rule sub 5 allowing 1 lifestyle lot per 20 hectares within the general zone up to a maximum of 5 sites with the same time constraints proposed in the plan. Second point we raised was amend the same rule regarding the sites over 12 hectares with an existing dwelling within the rural production zone. The third point was to amend the maximum lot size for a lifestyle section in the rural production zone to 1 hectare. The fourth point we made was to insert a farm park option like that allowed for in the Hastings district plan. And the fifth point was to amend the subdivision rules in sub S7, sub R7 rather, creating lifestyle lots in association with conservation lots. This was to allow for additional lots to be created depending on the size of the conservation lot created. I'd like to address the rules in sub R5 first. So the first point within the general rural zone. We stand by our submission that the current rules as applied in the general rural zone are too restrictive for this district. We're of the opinion, having completed lifestyle subdivisions in both Hastings District and Central Hawke's Bay, that neither operative plan gets the balance right between lifestyle section provision and the protection of land within the general rural zone. It was with this in mind that we looked to amend the rule. We saw our suggestion in our submission as a starting point in a discussion negotiation. What we asked the panel to consider is incorporating a version of our proposed rule within the general rural zone. Be it less lots, perhaps a maximum of 3, or a greater time period for further lifestyle subdivision to be introduced. A scenario for this could be potentially 3 years for 1 lifestyle lot, and then an additional year for each additional lot created. In this scenario, if someone subdivides 5 lifestyle lots, they cannot subdivide an additional lifestyle lot for another 7 years post completion of the subdivision. The purpose of our proposed rule was to avoid a situation where landowners systematically gamed the system because the rules had no flexibility or had not been developed with the region in mind. I've provided the panel some examples of the scenario we detailed in submission. So there's a couple of A3 prints with the handout. The first one is DP 392. So the first example happens in Crownthorpe, the one that this company was directly involved with. 392018 is a subdivision where 5 semi-large rural lots were created. This was within the Hastings district, and a lifestyle lot was created on the first plan. And primarily, this plan was set up to enable further subdivision in a controlled manner. And that's where the next plan 416333 comes in. And that was the resulting lifestyle sections were then taken off, created blocks. That's the first example I wanted to present to the panel. The second example is it's not entirely consistent in that it's not a rural subdivision, but it is systematic of what happens when rules are potentially too restrictive and people come up with ways of trying to circumnavigate the rules. So if we please turn to the last plan that I've provided you, this is DP 385092. And we can see from the framework on this plan that the sites were created to ensure that we're all over a minimum lot size. In this case, it was a 8,000 square metre requirement of a rural residential zone. But this could equally apply to the current rules within the general rural zone in a 20 hectare situation. It's just provide context about the sorts of things that we were trying to avoid with our proposal. We understand from speaking with, and the other reason why we potentially want to make it easier for some lifestyle lots to be created is we've spoken with other rural consultants in AgFirst, and we've found that generally a 20 hectare property and land which has been designated as general rural under the proposed district plan at 20 hectares is unlikely to actually be an economically productive unit. And so what we're trying to balance here with our proposed rule is provide a pathway for subdivision, but still maintaining the large block in its entirety. So that's the first point we'd like to address in Rule 5. The second one that we certainly want to address too is within the rural production lifestyle section. The rule currently does not allow for subdivision around an existing dwelling if the property is larger than 12 hectares. Now, in our opinion, that is counterproductive. This rule would see blocks of land that are larger than 12 hectares or smaller than 24 hectares being restricted in their potential productive use. Scenario that I'm going to paint for the panel is one that plays out at a lot of rural subdivisions that we facilitate, that we go to a lot. The one is you have a large productive landowner wants to purchase a block of land. Let's say in this case, I've got a wee diagram on the next page of so you can actually visualise what. It's a block. It's approximately 22 hectares. The whole area is 22 hectares, but they have no use or want to the existing dwelling. The landowner then approaches us and we remove the house to facilitate the sale. So the benefits of this situation is that the large rural provider comes in and gets the land they want, but doesn't have to pay the money that's required in order to also buy the chattel that's on the house on the property. That often puts the purchase price beyond what they want to purchase the land for. So in our opinion, this situation should be treated as a controlled activity, as it promotes the retention and use of productive land as expressively detailed in the objectives and policies of rural production. As I can imagine, will be wary of potential future subdivision of this larger block. That's the obvious, and that we believe that is a fair concern. And so we suggest one or two things could be done. First of all, we could, council could either incorporate a rule within the district plan that restricts further subdivision of this larger block for rural lifestyle purposes. The other potential one, institute a standard condition or on subdivision consent, which is often how a lot of these issues are handled, which restricts the future subdivision or the building of a dwelling, because ultimately the rule is premised on the fact that there is an existing dwelling. So without that dwelling, then subdivision of a lifestyle section is not possible. So in that instance, if council either instituted a consent notice at time of subdivision consent or required a covenant and gross, they are available now, they work reasonably well, and they have long legal standing than consent notice. And that would be in favour of the Central District Council and would permittedly restrict the larger site that has been cut off for the purpose of for a production unit to having residential activities on site or from lifestyle subdivision. Again, we asked the panel to amend sub R5 because that scenario we paid out, we feel should be treated as a controlled activity to facilitate what you're actually after, which is land to be used productively within the site. The third point we raised was around maximum lifestyle lots within the rural zone, and we see that the officer there was in agreement with our submission and suggested that council increase the size to the 1 hectare we suggested. So we don't believe that we need to address that any further here. The fourth point we raised was farm parks. I'm going to keep this short. With our submission was we asked why were farm parks not considered. Farm parks have been created with success in the Hastings district. We've been involved in one, and there's others that we've seen that work reasonably well. And there are several schemes created within Central Hawke's Bay, which you could argue have the fundamentals of a farm park. I cite the developments around Patongata, and also another one that we've been involved with directly, which is at Todd Road. And what those developments show is that there would be they strongly indicate there'd be a market for such developments within this region. And they would provide ratepayers while also ensuring product developments within general, and again, this would apply to general rural zone. This is just happening with a rural production zone. But they provide elements that providing ratepayers, providing people who would want to come and live and potentially set up businesses and other things in this district. So the question we asked the council is why would council not want to allow these sorts of high quality development to take place here? And our final point that we would like to make, and I might ask Brian to take over because this is one that he's been involved with a lot with up in Pukekohe. So if you want to
Oh, I think you can finish this, but then I'll hand to it at the end.
Right. So, I mean, in our submission, we like the creation of a lifestyle section in conjunction with creating a conservation lot. It's a proactive way of ensuring that areas of native bush and other important features get protected. But we suggested some amendments. One of these was that you would create a situation whereby a lifestyle lot could be created at the creation of 1 hectare of conservation land. A second one would be allowed for once 9 hectares of conservation land was protected, and then additional lots would be allowed for every additional 6 hectares after that. We also sought to have existing conservation blocks brought into the rule. Now, we note these elements were not addressed in that section 43 report. We couldn't find anywhere else. And given that this is a subdivision matter within rural areas, we thought it was appropriate to address it here. The primary reason for our request to amend this rule is the cost associated in creating, fencing and maintaining these conservation blocks. They're not cheap to fence, they're not cheap to maintain, and a lot of work has to go into them over a long period of time, not at the beginning to set them up, but then over a long period of time afterwards. And I mean, these can be large and prohibitive, and we believe if council are genuine and they want to attempt to create more of these blocks, then they need to provide an incentive for landowners to take on these costs. And our experience tells us that the ability to sell additional sections is a good start. And we also think, where the other reason we wanted to bring this up is we also think landowners who have completed conservation blocks within the district prior to the implementation of this plan should be also recognised by the provisions of this rule. And these landowners have taken on these significant costs, and we think they should be rewarded for their efforts. I think Brian wants to address a couple of additional points.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. Members of the panel, my name is Brian Foote. I'm a director of the surveying company. I'm in my retirement year. So I'm at that point in my career where I can feel that I've learned a lot over my career, and if I can't give back now, then I've missed an opportunity. So I started the surveying company as a rural subdivision company in Pukekohe in 1985. Well, 1989 actually. Started there in 85 with a company called Murray North. And I've specialised particularly in rural development. My particular passion is conservation lots. The surveying company is the preferred contractor for the QE2 Trust on the east coast of the North Island. We operate for the QE2 Trust from pretty much Tolliga Bay through to Featherston, and then with the ranges on the left side and the sea on the right side. So any conservation lots, conservation areas for the QE2 Trust, we generally undertake the survey for. And I have to say that over the last 15, 20 years, we've conserved in perpetuity thousands of hectares of native bush, and it's been a very satisfying thing to be involved with. In Franklin District, they had a rule provided for conservation lots in association with subdivision, and it's exactly as Nick described. A farmer was rewarded for his good efforts if he conserved an area of bush on his farm by fencing it and protecting it in perpetuity, and he got the reward of being able to locate a lifestyle lot somewhere else on the farm. That was incredibly successful, and if I could direct you to a number of planners for the Franklin District who would be able to attest to that, but unfortunately Franklin's now been incorporated into Auckland City, and Auckland City probably is just too big. But I can say that literally we did conserve hundreds and hundreds of hectares of bush right across the Franklin District, which of course runs from the west coast at Kariotahi across to the east coast at Firth of Thames. The great thing about it was it provided security of bird flight paths and that sort of stuff for birds to fly from bush to bush to bush to bush. And it was just incredibly successful. I would dearly love to see that type of arrangement here, because I'm in my dealings around the district, that I know that there's big areas of native bush out there that could be legally protected in perpetuity. And a lot of these are at the back of farms, so they're difficult to access and that sort of thing. A lot of fencing to be done to make them secure, and there needs to be a reward for that. I think the provisions of the proposed plan, whereby a farmer who has conserved bush under the QE2 Trust Act, not being rewarded for his good efforts in the past, is an oversight. And I think that it's unfair that he cannot get a reward for his good efforts in the past. The reasoning that was given to me for that was, well, it's already done, therefore council's got nothing to gain. I disagree with that. In summary, it would be a great pleasure to me if we were able to get a rule like this in place, because I can see it being incredibly successful in achieving a stated objective of the plan, which, you know, everyone wants to see the native bush protected. And the great thing about once it has a covenant on it, there's an obligation there to keep it free of weeds and all those other things. The QE2 document is rather a good document. It's been tested over a long period of time, and it's quite short, but it's got all the safeguards that you need, but you're probably aware of that anyway. So I'll finish there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Open to questions.
Absolutely.
Just before we do, I will ask the reporting officers to respond later today to your point around elements not included in the section 42A report that you mentioned.
I could find a reference to submission around the what.
Okay.
So I didn't. So I might have this in a different report. I just didn't see it. So
I can answer that very quickly and easily. It will be addressed in hearing stream 6
okay,
on the subdivision report.
okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Or like I say, we covered part of the rural. So yeah, that's hence why.
You probably have an opportunity at that hearing as well if you want to.
Yeah. Okay. Well, again, just yeah.
Open to questions from the panel?
Just one, Mr. Chair, and with regard the QE2 National Trust Covenant link with subdivision, would there be any onus to have that the additional lots or the second lot to be allowed for once that stuff was protected, to be near or adjoining or next to, or is your idea for that to be anywhere on that piece of it?
Okay, in my experience back in Franklin, initially when that rule was introduced into the Franklin District Plan, the site did have to be right next to the lot. But that proved to be impractical because, as I said, a lot of these lots are at the back of the farm. So what we did is we found a suitable site near the front of the farm on a part of the farm that really wasn't that productive, you know, a separated corner or something else like that. And we put the lot there. And that produced a much better result. So it still resulted in the objective of getting that big area of bush protected and fenced, but then put the lot somewhere else, because if it had to be, in many cases, it just turned out to be impractical to have it way back at the back of the farm.
On top of that, too, if you're talking about the areas where we're looking to protect, generally they are in difficult terrain areas. Like that's the reason you create a conservation block. I mean, if a farmer is unlikely to create a conservation block on land that is going to be productive. It's not in the DNA. But if they've got a gully or a steep piece of land, or those are the areas where native bush has been allowed to regenerate generally on these farms, and they actually then have found that they've been useful in that. They've stopped runoff and those sorts of things, but they're not conducive to having building sites, geologically unstable land, those sorts of things. So it makes more sense that the rule provides for the ability to put that to be elsewhere on that piece of land.
And many of the QE2 covenants are gully systems, so they involve a lot of fencing, you know, up and down a gully, Landcorp has been a very cooperative owner in terms of that. Whenever a Landcorp farm is sold into private ownership, they engage with the QE2 Trust, who then sort out the bits of bush that they want conserved. And we've done ones particularly up in the Gisborne area, miles and miles of fencing, but whole gully systems were protected.
Reasoning behind the 1 hectare, 9 hectare and 6 hectare, or was that reflecting what happened in Franklin?
Yeah, that's what happened in Franklin. So the rule was there, the first hectare, you got one lot, at 9 hectares, you got a second, 15 hectares, you got a third. And that just generally reflected the amount of fencing that was going to have to be done for these areas. Anyway.
Mr. Chairman.
For writing it. Can I take you to your first page?
Yes.
Refer to Please give me a bit more detail where the commonalities you've identified for land on for Papakāinga and land in the rural production and general zone, because of course my experience of my land is it's quite distinct.
What was that? But again, it comes back to the premise here is that often some of their multi-land can be adjacent productive zones as well. And what we're indicating is that both provide for a residential activity. And so therefore our recommendation in the rule was to say, well, look, okay, potentially there's a reverse sensitivity issue in both cases, which can be mitigated by other means as well. But it was more to do with the 5 metre rule. But we felt that the 5 metre rule was important with 15 metre setback. We felt that it should be 5 for residential activities. There was a commonality in the district plan for Papakainga, so hence we raised it. That was essentially why we brought this up. Essentially, what we're getting back to again is that we understand that council feel on 15 and the rural production in the general rural zone. I think we'd really like to emphasise is that the lifestyle zone building setbacks is the one that's really careful. And I suppose the original Papakainga one was taken into account by the fact that Papakainga allows for dwellings to be within 5 metres of the boundary. So that's the building setback requirements for residential activity. So that again, it's treating like for like a residential dwelling in the rural production zone or general rural zone is still a residential activity in a production zone and should be subject to the same setback rules.
In terms of setbacks, we just had a conversation with the previous submitter and we had conversations. One of the questions we discussed, one of the points we discussed was noting that there is this concept of setbacks within the zone or rural lifestyle zone internally. There is this question of setbacks between, where zones go up against each other, which I almost see as 2 different points. Where the rural production zone is adjacent to rural lifestyle, or there is a greater likelihood of potential sensitivities. So it's the difficulty I'm having is having a set rule that says all setbacks in rural lifestyle would be, I think it's 10 metres. Ignore or doesn't cover that adjacent.
That's no different. That's no different in district plans, I would say to that. So for instance, if you've got a division or an industrial zone, generally that applies more on their non-residential activity in our experience. If you say, for instance, in Hastings, if you were doing it in an industrial zone adjacent residential zone, then your building segments and your requirements are actually more onerous on the industrial activity rather than the residential. Now, I'm not saying that should be the case here, but that's where the rule could be finessed. And again, that's where the panel has been to provide, based on the submissions you get, to provide recommendations. That's no different to a lot of plans, but I think the point that we were trying to raise is that internally within a rural lifestyle zone, it's a living zone. It's like, as much as it will allow for some rural activities, that zone was set up so you didn't get the ad hoc rural lifestyle sections that have been going on for as long as this operative district plan has been in its operative phase for. So that to me is a separate issue that the panel can then choose to deal with because you've had a range of submitters on this. But what we wanted to strongly emphasise is internal to a rural lifestyle zone.
So adjacent to it though, are you suggesting that, using the example of Napier, that the onus should be on the rural production side?
Well, no, that's again for you. That's for the panel to decide. That's not in our submission. We That's, I'm just saying,
For a change of the setback, so.
oh, yeah, setbacks within the indenture, I'm assuming within the industrial, again, I'll come back as to within the main one is the rural lifestyle zone. If it's interject, again, the panel, look, I mean, you could keep them implementing a 15-metre rule where it is adjacent a rural production zone or general rural zone. Again, that would be a fair and reasonable position to take. All I'm saying is that our experience, it has been the other way. I'm not saying that actually it's different though. An industrial activity is less likely to have sprays, rural production, different issues to deal with. So I think it would be fair and reasonable that if there's a boundary between a rural lifestyle zone and a rural production or general rural zone, that there be a different setback requirement. It's likely to be more, and that would be a reasonable position to take.
Just a final part, just in terms of the conservation section. So just, I mean, I don't know the exactly how things are organised, but so when you say conservation block in your list, so 1 hectare, etc. So in terms of process, the landowner sets up a QE2, so it is a QE2?
No, it would not. No, it could be a QE2. So the QE2 could also be registered covenant over that land. But what they were a separate lot.
Yeah, the covenants in that case were actually a council provided covenant. And I'm not saying that's necessarily the model, but certainly there was a covenant in perpetuity put on that land to ensure protection of that identified area of land which appeared on the survey plan was in perpetuity.
Now, was that a lot in itself?
No, it wasn't a lot.
It was a
No, it was a covenant. It was a covenant. And the question over here from Commissioner Taylor is relevant because in that case, the lot was the residential part at the front of the site, and then the conservation area was marked A or B or something at the back of the farm, and it was all fully survey defined with an area, etc. So it was clearly spatially captured, and then the covenant was over that area of land.
That would form a condition of the consent. Essentially,
Yeah.
the registration of the covenant would be a requirement of one of, well, it would have to be shown on the plan, it would have to be shown in the schedule of documents. Essentially like a general requirement under a requirement for easement.
Clarify that. So the lot was still contiguous. It wasn't separated into the same lot, but split, and that's the conservation.
No, it wasn't contiguous. No. So if this table was the farm, the lot was here in the corner on the road, and this back part of the farm was where the conservation area was. Still remaining in the farm as owner, but with that conservation on it.
Just, and again, is there a reason with the 1 hectare, 9 hectare, 6 hectare, or is that just what it was at the
It
time?
was just what it was at the time, and it seemed like a reasonable occasion because my point there was about the amount of fencing and management that had to be done as the areas get bigger. So the extra cost of the fencing increased, and it just seemed to be a reasonable sort of a reward versus cost.
This is the last question. Can you provide us an example of payment provisions for this type of?
Yeah, I could speak to my business partner in South Auckland and get the current rules.
That would be helpful, just so we
I'd
can.
certainly be happy to provide to you. No problem at all.
Or at least the old ones.
Yeah, well, I'll speak with John. I mean, I haven't practiced in South Auckland for 15 years, so they will have changed, but I do know that they're still there, but I'll get those for you.
I've just got a couple of questions unless there's some burning. Right. Farm parks, I understood from an earlier hearing that they haven't really been taken up much in Hastings district.
Well, not much, but where they have been done, they've been done successfully.
Mhm.
The argument that is around, or much or not, is probably, to my point of view, that's not that relevant. It's whether they're of high quality and have provided a good living arrangement and remove provision of rural lifestyle living while also ensuring that productive elements are maintained. So, yeah, but I mean, no, there's not a huge amount of them because they are quite costly to implement. But where they have been done, generally they have been done successfully and they've been done to a high standard. So because generally they're at the higher end. Farm parks are not going to be built on, they're not cheap living areas. They are areas that have been set up for, they've got good views. But in order to get good views and all those sorts of things, it's a lot of infrastructure, a lot of work. So no, there's not a huge amount of them, but there's certainly some of them. And like we said in our submission, because of the permissive, the nature of the existing operative plan, there are probably several more developments that we could name that would actually fall under the category of what we traditionally have called farm park. So, and we've even got one on the table at the moment that we're trying to get consent, which would, in essence, be a farm park.
And just further on about this time duration sort of, could you expand on that? You got the 3 years for one lifestyle.
Well, so our rule was, we were proposing that rather than have one lifestyle lot per, as the rule currently stands, it's one lot for every 20 hectares, regardless if it's 20 hectares, 100 hectares, you know, how big the area is. And we felt that what we were trying to avoid is that situation that we've scoped out for you in submission around, where you create 5 20-hectare lots to create 5 lifestyle lots.
That's the gaming bit.
Yeah, exactly. And so what we suggested then was like, well, okay, what we said in our submission also is that neither plan gets, at the moment, gets it right. The balance isn't, it's either too restrictive or it's too open-ended. And what we were trying to find is a medium. So we would, the time frame is like, you allow someone who's got 100 hectares to divide 5 lifestyle lots, but if you want to take all those 5 lifestyle lots right now, you can't then go and take 5 and then 3 years time take another 5. And we could see why that would be an issue. So either we're just giving the panel options to finesse that rule. And so in that finessing, it would be, if you took 5 lots, right, okay, once you complete the subdivision, create the 5 lifestyle lots, you cannot create another lifestyle section on that bit of land for at least 7 years. It was the fact that it was 3 after 1, and then for every additional lot past 1, up to that maximum 5, you cannot create another one.
Yes, it's like a penalty. That if you take it now, you have to pay the penalty.
And also to cover my ignorance, could you just explain what a covenant in gross means?
Covenant and gross, so they were introduced under the Land Transfer Act 2017 for councils and other providers. So that was a scope that was noted by several people, one of them being Richard Cross, who we deal with on many, and he was a former Registrar General of Land for Hawke's Bay. And there was a hole where you could have an easement in gross, which provided, you know, utility companies or councils the ability to have easements over properties. But there was no facility for these same organisations to potentially have covenants, and covenants generally are of a restrictive nature. They stop you from doing something. And that's where these could then, so these could be implemented now, and they're better than a consent notice because they have the legal backing that it comes on the notice there, and that there's normally within a covenant, a document, provisions under the Land Transfer Act around who does what, how mediation's done, all those sorts of things. And so our suggestion is in those situations, it's pertaining to the lots within the rural production zone around an existing dwelling that's bigger than 12 hectares, is that council would then see a problem. Okay, you've subdivided off the house, you've still got 12 hectares, someone just goes builds another house, subdivides again, builds another. We don't want that situation either. So it's a standard condition would be that there's a covenant gross put on that title that says that restricts the residential development or further subdivision, at which point they then had to go back to the grantee, who is the council, to see if that would be something they'd be willing to remove. Council can then make the decision on that basis, but it doesn't push that scenario that we suggested into a discretionary activity, pushing the tests up further, making it more costly to do something that really is what you're trying to facilitate by your rule, which is to have productive land and productive land holdings. It makes the test too high, we feel, to push subdivision around an existing dwelling, around a lot that is over 12 hectares, up to full discretionary. It's a test too high. for what should really be. We understand why that rule's in place at Hastings is a completely different contextual framework within the Heretaga Plains. They had landholdings there that were 6 hectares big because of the old rules that applied. That level of fragmentation does not exist in the areas that rural production has been shown in Central Hawke's Bay. So the rule out has been not fit for purpose.
Any further questions from the panel? Okay, well, thank you very much for your time and effort and your flexibility. I much appreciated that. It's helpful.
Thank you.
We are due for a break at 11 o'clock. I do understand the problem with Mr. Bridges was a power cut. For no access, so we'll look at options for resolving that and how to get them to the hearing in one form or another. If we take a break and we're due to come back at 11:30, so if we, is that right? 11:30, yes. The hearing is adjourned. Good morning. The hearing stream number 3 is reconvened on the rural provisions for the Central Hawke's Bay District Plan Review. Next to be heard and prior to our lunch break, you said looking for the schedule very quickly, is Matthew Lawson, on behalf, who's legal counsel on behalf of the Calders. And thank you for being so patient, Matthew. We've had a few issues here like power cuts and things to try and work around. So thank you very much for that. We do have read your written submission. So thank you for that. But if you wouldn't mind just kindly leading us through the key points to your submission, and then if you're available for answering any questions, we'll be very grateful.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, commissioners. I've provided a written submission, and I don't intend to read through that, but perhaps it's best if I speak to the points that have been raised. Just by way of background, I set out at the beginning of my submissions the background to the submitters. They operate a small family-owned top dressing business. When I say small, it's Mr. Calder, and he also employs pilots, commercial pilots for top dressing on an as required basis. The thing about the top dressing industry is that it's highly seasonal and highly weather dependent. So that when it's time to apply fertilizer, it's an intensive type of operation, and really concentrating in the spring and autumn. But it's the provisions of the plan need to be flexible enough to allow that intensive use, but it's not an intensive use that occurs 365 days of the year. I suppose that also by way of background is the fact that the Calders airstrip at their home in Otani is really the only instance that we're aware of, and certainly the only instance that the Calders are aware of any issue arising out of the use of rural airstrips and airstrips for top dressing planes. And so you've heard from the other party to those to the judicial review proceedings that have created some angst. But I really asked the question, why is regulation of this actually required? What resource management purpose is sought to be addressed? I suppose that there are two aspects or three aspects to these rules, and going back to to the judicial review proceedings, the effect of that was that the Calder's operation is a permitted activity Monday to Saturday inclusive, and on Sundays it would be permitted if they can comply with the noise standard, which in itself creates a problem, and that problem has been addressed in the proposed plan by the adoption of the appropriate New Zealand standard for measuring aircraft noise and noise from aerodromes. And we fully support that. Had that standard been in place in the operative plan, then there would have been no issue whatsoever with even the Sunday operation. So we endorse and support the adoption of the appropriate standard, and I think all of the acoustic evidence, certainly in the judicial review proceedings, and I'm sure the acoustic evidence on which council is relying here, support the use of the appropriate standard. And the standard that was applied in the operative plan specifically states that it's not really suitable for measuring aircraft noise and the like. So moving to the standard, to the appropriate standard, we support that. That's NZS 6805, I think it is. The balance of the submissions that we'd like to make is that obviously top dressing is an essential part of farming within Central Hawke's Bay and the wider Hawke's Bay region, and under the provisions of the operative plan, the rural airstrips from which top dressing planes operate are basically are permitted activities. They are exempt from the noise standards, and that's really a recognition of the fact that these rural airstrips on farms are used for a short period, but for quite an intensive period. And it's also a recognition of the fact that the airstrips are usually located on farm properties that are actually using the airstrips for their own productive use. It's really the infiltration of the rural zones, the rural production zone and the general rural zone by lifestyle type development that creates this reverse sensitivity effect of people complaining about things that are part and parcel of agricultural practice and use. And in my submission, the plan provisions that you're seeking to include effectively enshrine and acquiesce to these reverse sensitivity effects, and in particular the complaints by people moving into the rural zones for lifestyle purposes and non-rural purposes, but effectively expecting urban type amenities. So that's the submissions really in a nutshell. I think the danger that you have with the rules, and they're the same rules in both the rural production zone and in the general rural zone around agricultural aviation movements. They're permitted activities, and we support that. And they're permitted activities, provided, of course, that they that they comply with the standards. And in my submission, the only relevant standard is the noise standard. And as I say, measuring the noise appropriately using the correct standard will result in that not being an issue. I think the problem there are problems with the Rule 5 around the establishment of new and the expansion of existing airstrips, and I say that for this reason. The existing airstrips would enjoy existing use rights, and on one hand you could say, well, nothing's going to change for those. They have those existing use rights, and these rules won't apply to them provided they're not or the activities are not discontinued for more than a year. So if for whatever reason you don't apply fertilizer in any year, then all of a sudden, in order to use your airstrip again, you require resource consent. The changes, though, that are coming about as a result of the work that Federated Farmers and the aviation industry and civil aviation have the consultation between those parties is that there's a lot more emphasis on aero safety or air safety for the use of these airstrips, and with that, there are airstrips that are no longer used for air safety reasons, and there's also what my client calls a hub type effect, where if someone in the district has a good airstrip that is safe and is able to be used, then it's used for multiple properties, and that of course is an efficient use of the resources, and it addresses these concerns that not every farm has an appropriate place for an airstrip. So the provisions of Rule 5 would mean that firstly, it discourages, or you can only apply fertilizer on the property, on the site, and I take the site to be the particular certificate of title on which the airstrip is. The condition B says that you're limited to 1,000 movements, which is only 500 combined takeoff and landings. It excludes agricultural aviation movements, and that's a good thing. But it says for primary production activities on the same site. So you could only apply fertilizer to the particular title that the airstrip is on in order to take advantage of that exemption. Now, that means that many farm properties have multiple titles, and it completely stymies all the work that's been done for the cooperation between adjacent farms to put resources into having a single safe airstrip for use by multiple properties. And as I say, 1,000 agricultural air movements is only 500 takeoffs and landings, and at 100 takeoffs per day, that's only 5 days operation. And so it's going to require resource consent where previously resource wasn't required, and it's difficult to see what the resource management resource management purpose is served by that limitation. So they're the provisions of Rules 5 in both the rural production zone and the general rural zone. The other point that I want to speak to is the exemption of 14 days agricultural movements from the noise requirements, the noise provisions of the plan. And I suppose there are two aspects to this, and that is that if the aircraft activities are undertaken in accordance with the provisions of the New Zealand standard and meet the standard, then they're not in breach of the noise provision, so the exemption is irrelevant. And I'd have to say that for most properties, most airstrips within the district, it's unlikely that there are noise sensitive activities or residential zones, etc., within close proximity to those rural airstrips. But I suppose the question is that, well, 14 days exemption, what purpose does that serve if you're not transgressing the noise provisions, or if you have to undertake more than 14 days work in any year? What purpose is served by requiring a resource consent for activities outside of that 14-day day purpose? And in my submission, that's an unnecessary impinging on agricultural and rural activities within rural zones, all in the name of protecting reverse sensitivity of effectively lifestyle residential development in those zones. The flip side to that is that while there's no resource management purpose served, it's a huge cost to the rural sector, and requiring resource consents for these activities creates both an administrative problem in terms of applying for those consents, and an enforcement issue as far as council enforcing these plan provisions. I come back to the point that I raised at the outset, and that is what purpose is served by the proposed changes to the exemption for agricultural air movements, because we're certainly not aware of major complaint other than the one in relation to my client's airfield, which it's been held as a permitted activity. So what is the issue with rural airstrips that council is attempting to address? And I repeat the submission that really you're trying to enshrine the reverse sensitivity problems that occur from residential development in the rural zones. So that's in relation to rules 5 in the plains, in the rural production zone, and in the general rural zone. As I said, I think the noise standards that are now included in the plan, and the reference to the appropriate New Zealand standard, NZS 6805/1992, that's a vast leap forward. It provides certainty to plan users, and in my submission puts the dealing with the reverse sensitivity type complaints onto a proper footing. So we support the use of that standard and the noise provisions, and we simply don't believe that the noise provision should apply to top dressing operations, quite simply because they're unlikely to ever be infringed in any event. That, of course, is all subject to the requirement that there not be the Section 16 requirement, that there not be unreasonable noise caused. And of course, all of the top dressing gear movements that we're talking about occur during daylight hours. So it's not like a thing that's a use that is impinging on people's sleep and enjoyment of their homes at night. So they're really the submissions on behalf of the Calder's. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you very much, Matthew. I'll to the panel. See if there are any questions. Commissioner Taylor?
Yeah, excuse me if I missed it in your verbal submission, but just looking at the written one we've been supplied with. Point number 23 about the gross floor area. What do you think, do you have a suggestion on what the gross floor limit should be for buildings and ancillary buildings to an airstrip? How big is a, super bin get?
Well, they're going to get bigger, I must say. They're going to get bigger because of this move driven by civil aviation and air safety imperatives and the work that the industry's done with Federated Farmers and CAA. The FERT bins are and the infrastructure are going to get bigger, and in addition, the planes are getting bigger and require longer takeoffs, etc. So these rules that are being brought in for the alteration or expansion of an airstrip requiring resource consent, they are going to be triggered regularly because, for instance, one of my client's planes, his new plane requires a longer runway than the older style aircraft or the older aircraft that he has. So they will be expanded. In terms of the 100 square meters, that's only a FERT bin that's 10 meters by 10 meters. And they're normally about 2 or 3 meters high, so that's only sort of 20,000 tons of fertilizer. That's not a big FERT bin, and as I say, they're going to get bigger. But I suppose we flip your question on its head, given that these buildings are situated, the likes of FERT bins and the like, are situated in the middle of people's farms. What purpose is served by having 100 square meter maximum building size?
To take that, I'd still like an answer if you thought there was a limit that would be better, like would 200 or would, and I guess you mentioned a bin's normally 2 to 3 meters high. Is that also why, in that case, why would you not like the 10 meter maximum height?
Well, the thing about it is you can have a 10 meter maximum height building, but you can't get fertilizer in the stacked up to 10 meters. They're limited by the ability to tip the truck and trailers of fertilizer into the bin. So most FERT bins are only 2 to 3 meters high, and a 10 square meter FERT bin it's perhaps enough to 10 square meters if a cubic meter of fertilizer is about a ton. You're only looking at sort of 30 odd ton of fertilizer. I think if my maths is correct, 10 by 10. But yeah, it's about 300 cube of fertilizer in a 10 by 10 bin. If you're doing 500 takeoffs and landings, they take about 1.8 ton per flight. So a fertilizer bin of 10 by 10 is not going to hold even 1 day's worth of fertilizer for 1 full day's operation.
Sorry if I've got this wrong, but your written thing says you specifically, particular issue is taken with standards S2, which is a building height, maximum height of any buildings is 10 metres, and frost fans, which I assume you're not operating near the
No, no,
airstrip.
don't have a
Am I wrong
problem
page?
with.
Oh, am I not in GRZ instead of GRUZ? Sorry, ignore me, Matt. I'm in the wrong zone.
Yeah, I was going to say the S2 is relates to total building coverage.
General rural zone. S2. Height of buildings. Right? No, he says in rural production zone and general rural zone. Particular issue is taken with standards S2 and S11.
Oh, sorry, you're right. It's S2 in the rural production zone. In the general rural zone, there's which relates to building coverage.
It's only the building coverage in general zone, and it's that makes more sense.
The height, there's no issue with 10 meters for certainly 10 meters is large enough for hangers and the like.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't make it clear
Sorry.
in my submission.
I think my question around noise is going to get answered later on this afternoon.
Yeah, so I was looking forward. If it's not, you can ask that question.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions?
Matt. Sorry, here's my level here.
Hello, Loretta.
Just picking up on your evidence, and apologies if you've already covered it, but I'm just wanting to get a few pieces of clarification. So on paragraph 17, you note that Mr. Calder will take off and land 100 times a day.
Yep.
Can we get a bit more detail on that? My uneducated ear, that sounds a lot.
That's an average day for him. So that's when he's going applying fertilizer. That's how many takeoffs and landings he does per day. So that's 200 movements, and that's where you get the 5 days that he's referred to in his submission of that 1,000 movements.
So that's him, sorry, is that him individually or his company with potentially other pilots? Or just him?
That's per plane.
Para 18, you mentioned that the airstrip is a rural airstrip is developed on a farm is often used for multiple properties. Is that the case with the Calders?
Well, no, absolutely. I mean, there's for their operation, they have an airstrip that Mr. Calder takes off and lands from at the beginning and at the end of each day. So in terms of the 1,000 movements, that doesn't that doesn't create a problem for the airstrip at his property. So if he's got another pilot operating another plane from that airstrip, then it's only 2 takeoffs and two landings, etc. So the issue, and this was the airstrip that was the subject of the judicial review. The issue of the number of air movements from that airstrip really doesn't arise. The issue, I think, is the fact that there's been a lot of work put in by the industry and with CAA and Federated Farmers to improve the safety of the airstrips that are used throughout the country. And so the result is that there have been a number within Central Hawke's Bay, as I understand it, of airstrips that have been effectively retired because for air safety purposes, and instead a neighbour's airstrip that is safer or better located or has better facilities is used instead. And so there is this hub effect that I've referred to, that a number of, not every farm will have an airstrip, and certainly not every farm has an airstrip any longer. And there's a cooperative type approach to using a common safe airstrip. These provisions will actually cut across all of that work that's been done, because the exemption from the 1,000 air movements requires the agricultural air movements to be in relation to the same site as the airstrip is on, and there's no purpose served by that.
Yeah, and you segue nicely to my next question, which was around that paragraph 19. In terms of the framework, when you say that some airstrips have been effectively decommissioned because they weren't up to snuff, how does that work? So is there like a certificate or something? How do you know that you have met that standard?
Oh, those are steps that have been taken in a collaborative approach with CAA. Ironically, CAA don't have authority to effectively shut down rural airstrips for top dressing purposes. So that's my understanding. So that's why it's been a collaborative approach, saying, well, we want to try and improve the standards, because there were and I'm aware of a few such accidents within Hawke's Bay and Gisborne, where difficult strips and difficult approaches have led to problems and to accidents. So it's largely been collaborative and voluntary between the industry, Federated Farmers and CAA, trying to up the standard of the facilities being used.
Just in terms of 32 and 38, firstly, is there a copy of the judgment that you're referring to, the judicial review?
Yeah, well, I'm sure the council's got it. They were a party to it as well. But I can provide a copy if you want it.
It'd be great, thank you. And just on complaints, we were told yesterday that a lot of complaints when it comes to agricultural aviation is in respect of dust rather than noise. What would your client's perspective be on that?
The application of fertilizer is governed by all of the provisions of the Hawke's Bay Regional Air Plan. So compliance with the air plan in terms of the emission of dust and fertilizer, etc., beyond the boundaries of the subject site is regulated by the regional council. It's not a matter that requires further regulation in the district plan. The key thing about it is that in terms of the standards that are now being applied in terms of requirements by farmers and by fertilizer companies, all of these planes have very sophisticated mapping and GIS tracking units in them, so that they can ascertain exactly where they put fertilizer, at what rate, and what the conditions were. So certainly there's no there are the occasional complaints to the regional council about drift of fertilizer, but they're few and far between, and certainly not a major problem when consideration is given to how much fertilizer is actually applied within the rural districts of Hawke's Bay.
So would you say that there would be more noise complaints than dust? I was just comparing the two.
Other than the one that was the subject of the judicial review matter, my client's certainly not aware of any major complaints about noise. At various times there are complaints about low-flying aircraft and the like to CAA, and my client has had a couple of those. But again, top dressing has to be undertaken by low-flying aircraft, and they're exempt from CAA rules in that regard, and it's simply a matter of providing the GIS mapping from the aircraft to CAA, and there's that addresses the concerns. But once they receive a complaint, they have to ask the question.
Okay. Just on that's probably a nice segue again. Has your client dealt with noise monitoring and how that's happened, and what's their experience of that, if any?
Well, the only noise monitoring they've been involved in is the noise monitoring in respect of their home field, and in the course of, or for the purposes of those certificates of compliance that they applied for, and for the purposes of the judicial review proceedings, the noise standards that were monitored at those sites, at that site, wouldn't have been an issue under the proposed plan rules using the appropriate standard, and that they weren't really an issue under the operative plan, except to the point that noise from one of the aircraft that my client owns exceeded the noise limit for a matter of seconds on a Sunday, which has a slightly lower level. If that same aircraft movement was the noise was measured using the appropriate standard, it wouldn't have breached the rules. So
I guess what I'm asking is more the experience of what we were talking about yesterday was how easy is it to get noise monitoring done? We were told yesterday that it's quite a significant cost as well, and the expertise is not necessarily easily or readily available. So, what? Yeah, well,
I suppose the best way to answer that question is that the noise expert that the Calder's had is based in Wellington. The noise expert that the council had was based in Auckland. And there's an element for every noise measurement. There's an element of having to do some on-site monitoring. So that means getting people from out of town to come and acoustic experts from out of town to come and measure that noise. So it's a considerable cost. And it's not something that you can simply have a layperson set up a monitor and walk away. Monitoring has to be done in accordance with another New Zealand standard for the measurement of noise, and it involves professional judgment in terms of excluding extraneous noise like wind and vehicle movements from other sources, etc., etc. So it is an expert field, and there are no such experts currently in Hawke's Bay.
Okay, I've only got a couple more questions. We were also told there are a number of CAA sort of requirements and training that they said Care Air, I think was one. Does Mr. Calder undertake that training?
Mr. Calder is a very, very highly qualified pilot. And they're subject to constant CAA audit and review. He has to have regular medicals and the like. So he undertakes every bit of training that CAA requires him to do, and believe me, that's quite a draconian regime.
Yeah, I saw that yesterday. Just in terms of things, finally, have you seen the two documents that would have been posted last night? One is a table that our Section 42A writer helpfully provided. Flowchart.
Yes, I've seen that, and really I mean that just schematically sets out the rules. I think just dealing with the first page, if you're in a situation where you're having an emergency aviation movement, I don't think any rules are going to stop people landing or taking off. So really the ones that are relevant, agricultural aviation movements, that's permitted, and we support that permitted activity status. What we don't support is the exemption for 14 days. Firstly, who's going to be out there counting the days? And it's unlikely that for most rural airstrips you're going to exceed the noise standard in any event. So there just doesn't seem to be any point posed by not retaining the existing exemption, which is exemption 365 years of the day of the year. That, of course, that if there is an unreasonable noise being created, then the district plan provisions aren't the final word. If there's an unreasonable noise being emitted by any use, say if it's been used for 360 days of the year, at noise levels that exceed the noise standards, then Section 16 of the Resource Management Act provides a way of addressing that, and I think that's a better way to approach it. Address it if there's an issue. Don't require resource consent in case there might be an issue, because there is no issue as far as we're aware from the agricultural top dressing use of rural airstrips.
And just the last one, we've also received the agricultural aircraft activity examples from Aviation New Zealand.
I haven't seen
Aviation
that one.
It'll be on the portal. It might be helpful if you can have a quick, you ask your client to have a quick look at it. It does discuss aircraft movements, but there's only a few seen it. So
I'm happy to answer any questions, because I am familiar with the dealing with CAA about agricultural movement. So I'm happy to answer any questions if I can.
No, it's only that they had a few tables in there as examples with numbers. So it was just a case of you'd seen it, and much like the table had any comments to make.
No, I haven't seen it, but one thing that I would say is that civil aviation are not that in tune with the industry in terms of the number of flight movements that occur in a top dressing situation. It's an area that they don't have a lot of regulation or control over directly. So that there are various exemptions for low flying top dressing aircraft.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, I just wonder, Matt, it's Kate Taylor. I wonder if you could supply, I've got a funny feeling it's your clients that I've seen this online, just an order of clarification for the panel and perhaps the planners of what aerial top dressing looks like and the taking off and landing on rural airstrips. And I've seen a video of one going in and coming out and how quickly the turnover is with filling and taking off again. As I say, I've seen videos. I'm not 100% sure they're Josh and Susie's business, but would it be appropriate for you to access something like that and supply it to the panel so that that we have more understanding of those movements?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Certainly, I'm sure they have got video of it, and I'm not familiar with the video that you may have seen. But if it's a pink plane or a green and blue and gold plane, then it's Josh flying. So
it wasn't the pink one. I think I remember that, but yeah, I just something like that would show just how quickly the turnover is of what that 1,000 movements is going to mean, and proving the 100 movements.
Yeah, look, I'm sure they have got video of it, and I've personally watched it, and it's absolutely fascinating. The wheels on the plane virtually don't stop, and it's loaded, or it stops for a matter of seconds. It's loaded and it's off again. It's quite impressive. So, but I'll happily get some video of that for you.
Thank you.
You've answered some of my questions. I've only got two. One is your clients, the callers, do they do any other activities other than top dressing from their home and field?
No, they don't. They have a Cessna plane that they lease for personal use. Josh's family lives down in Fairlie, so they fly to and from Fairlie with their children on occasions. But there are no other air movements as such. Although in an attempt to try and address the concerns that were being raised in the context of the judicial review proceedings, they went the additional step and got their home airstrip certified by CAA. So that is a certified airstrip. It can be used by other people, but the reality is that it isn't. It's only their operation. The regional council did, because it is a certified airstrip, the regional council did use it when they were doing that mapping of the hydraulic aquifers. They used it for the helicopter to take off and land from that for a matter of a few days while they did the Otani area, but it's not used outside of that for general use.
The only other question is, and it may be unfair, but are you able to summarise what you think the district plan should have as the bare bones of managing airstrips and agricultural aviation?
I think that the current provisions that are in the operative plan, so basically meaning that rural airstrips are, or the use of rural airstrips for top dressing is exempt from, is a permitted activity and exempt from the noise activities, the noise rules. That's the current rules in the operative plan, and that means that it's only in the event that noise is considered to be unreasonable in terms of section 16 that there would be action required to be taken. So it's properly using the alternative that's provided by the RMA to deal with the exceptional circumstance of unreasonable noise instead of imposing a whole lot of regulation on the whole industry. So it's my submission that the operative plan had it right in terms of exempting top dressing activities from the noise rules, but had it wrong in terms of the standard that was being used for measuring that noise. I think the plan provisions clarify one of the issues or one of the arguments that was raised in the judicial review proceedings, and that was that this wasn't or that the Calder's home airstrip wasn't an airstrip that was being used for top dressing activities because it was being used to take off and go to another place to apply fertilizer, and the High Court threw that argument out. So, but I think it's clarified in the definitions that you've got of aerodromes that there's, while it's not used directly for taking off and landing continuously to apply fertilizer, flying from that base to where the fertilizer is to be applied is part of the top dressing activity.
So you just answered a question that so that the exemption for top dressing activities would apply to home fields as well as airstrips, correct? If that's what you're saying?
Yeah. But basically, because their home strip would come within the definition of an aerodrome, a rural. I've got the definition somewhere here. A rural airstrip. It comes within that definition.
I don't have any more questions. Any further questions from the panel? Okay, thank you very much, Matthew, and you showed amazing knowledge of all these things. I thought you were going to stop quite a few times and saying that's outside my knowledge area, but clearly not.
Well, I don't claim to be an expert pilot or anything, but we've sort of been through these issues and with a fine-tooth comb. So I suppose my submission is trying to keep simple that which could get really complex and cumbersome, that's really the aim of any regulation is to keep it simple, keep it relevant to addressing a resource management issue, and not impose regulation unnecessarily.
Thank you very much, Matthew, and thank you for your patience and flexibility.
Thank you.
Okay, so the time is 12:32. We were due to break at 12:15, but that's all right. I think we've got 45 minutes to have a really decent break before 1:15. So the agenda following 1:15 is for council's noise experts to respond to any matters they've heard today and yesterday and answer any questions. Then we are trying to fit in Mr. Bridge around 1:40. And then hand over to the reporting officers to respond verbally at the end of the hearing today. So that's the schedule. So the hearing is adjourned until 1:15. Thank you. Good afternoon. Hearing stream number 3 on the Central Hawke's Bay Proposed District Plan is reconvened for the afternoon, or for part of the afternoon anyway. This afternoon, the agenda is that we will hear from the council's noise experts very shortly. I'll have Betsy sort of hot tub both of them online at the same time so that we can talk and hear both of them. And I'm hoping that they'll be able to respond to some of the matters they've heard, particularly yesterday. We did have quite a bit on aviation noise this morning, but I don't think it raised anything too new in yesterday's submitters. So that will take us through to at the latest 1:40, where we have fortunately had Mr. James Bridge, who had power cut problems earlier today. He agreed to come in on Zoom at 1:40, and here's a 15-minute slot, leaving us to end the hearing and the day. The recording plan is 1:55 or thereabouts. So without any further ado, Jesse, are you able to get Damien and Steve sort of unmuted and in front of us? Are you able to just hide the others?
Hello.
Right.
Steve on the left and then on the.
Have to get them in.
While you're sorting that out, we can start talking.
Yep.
Okay. Who would like to start in terms of responding to matters arising, as they say?
Yeah, just by way of introduction, good afternoon, everyone. Obviously, I'm Damien from Marshall Day, and I've been dealing with the council and assisting them with let's say, the more general aspects of the noise part of the plan. And my colleague Steve was specifically dealing with the aerodrome Waipukurau and any other sort of aviation issues there. So that's roughly where the delineation of work lies. But I think it might be actually prudent if I be quiet now and let Steve talk to you about the aviation type things, because that's obviously what was discussed a lot yesterday afternoon. So over to you, Steve.
Okay, thank you, Damien. The first thing I'd note is, please forgive me if my video freezes. If so, let me know and I can kill that. I was going to make some general responses to some of the matters raised yesterday and to a certain extent this morning as well. I think I'd start off by saying the intent of the rules was to allow some activity, some agriculture aviation to be exempt, but while still providing the council with a mechanism to ensure there's just not unfettered activity that may not give rise to noise issues for the council and for residents in the vicinity, because obviously the council's role is to protect the residents as well. On that note, I do agree with what Bill McGregor said yesterday, in that the rural areas absolutely recognise that they're the factory of New Zealand and that they are noisy environments, and there's certain activity that should just be allowed, and hence why sort of transfers across to the agricultural aviation sector to a degree as well. And I think that it's the intent of the rules is to give the council some ability to just check these effects. I agree with what's been said by the submitters, particularly Matt Lawson on behalf of his clients this morning, that in most cases, I don't think it's going to be an issue at all. There'll be a lot of airstrips where that activity is just going to be exempt because the number of days is so low. And there will be some where maybe that level of activity does warrant a bit further consideration, and hence the rules are written that allows that under the New Zealand standard, the airport noise standard, as I'll refer to it. That standard, it's basically one of its founding ideas on principles is it serves two purposes. It's there actually primarily to protect an airport or an airfield and its operation, and to try and prevent reverse sensitivity effects, largely through the establishment of noise sensitive activities in proximity. But it also provides those nearby people the opportunity to ensure that an airport or an airfield isn't exceeding a particular noise level. And so as I say, it's there for the protective part of it as well. And I think that because of that, in some senses, it's more permissive than the general district plan rules regarding noise, in that it's based on looking at noise levels over a 3-month period, which counts as seasonal variation. And my expectation is most, if not all, of the airstrips that would, if the rules as written now did proceed, would probably comply with that without too much problem. If they didn't, then the issue you've got is that it actually is probably a serious issue and you would get community annoyance. I think the 14 days exemption for ag aircraft, we don't want to see layers of bureaucracy whereby there's got to be lots of records kept and checking, and we certainly don't want to be going out and doing noise measurements and the like. That's not the intention. I would say that there would be a degree of, in effect, self-policing of that, and quite possibly the council might receive a complaint from somebody, I don't know, but just hypothetically might receive a complaint from someone, and they've got the ability to then go, well, actually that person is exempt for 14 days. They've only been doing it for 2 days. There's no reason for a complaint to be established here. And I think that does avoid the issue of the uncertainty if you've got complete exemptions and then you're relying on section 16 of the Resource Management Act. Well, how do you show what's reasonable or what's not? And that's where you need that. That then becomes quite possibly problematic, can be even more expensive because you could get lawyers and bowls, consultants, planners, etc., etc. So we're trying to avoid that outcome. We're trying to keep it reasonably simple, but while still giving the council some ability to consider the effects of what may verge into slightly larger operations. I would say that, as I say, most of the time, I just don't think that's going to be an issue. I heard the submissions yesterday talking about where you get the community type scenario where multiple operators are operating from a particular strip at a given time, and that might exceed the 14 days. Again, I don't necessarily think that's a problem, but I think it might be if it is unfettered and that they sort of coalesce into a larger facility that's, I won't say verging on an aerodrome, like a regional aerodrome or the like Waipukurau, but that it just gives the ability to check it. And I think it should be a relatively straightforward exercise. Again, I wouldn't envisage doing any noise measurements. We do most of this stuff by calculation. And so you can do it, I could do it in Auckland, or I could do it in London or wherever. I also just wanted to touch briefly on the CAA rules. I'm by no means familiar with them, other than my understanding is that absolutely I agree with what the submitters yesterday said, that basically they are used to control aircraft in flight. And my understanding is that means that aircraft overflying residential zones have to be at 1,000 feet, and over rural zones it's 500 feet. And the territorial authorities only control effectively applies to the takeoff and landing of aircraft. And in that sense, it's similar to road traffic, that the NZTA or Waka Kotahi don't get to control individual vehicles on the road because it's just impossible to police. Everybody's got a right to use them, just like pilots have a right to fly anywhere when they're en route to a location. There are some technical difficulties with that in the sense of the Dome Valley decision, which addressed this issue, which is was a proposed helipad north of Auckland. And the decision there basically supported that you don't consider, once they're above 500 feet, that's not an issue. That does have knock-on effects for some particularly larger airports like Auckland Airport, where their noise effects extend way beyond where an aircraft is at 1,000 feet. And it has other potential knock-on effects as well, which I think I've slightly clarified thanks to the discussions that Bruce Patterson said yesterday about, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but the agricultural aircraft, when they're undertaking top dressing activities, are actually exempt from those CAA rules. And that's fine. I think that's appropriate. I just wanted to also touch on the measurement costs. Measurements are only really required when there is an issue. And Matt Lawson mentioned that the measurements, it was actually our company that did those measurements on site. And it is correct, we don't have equipment there, but that was for a specific reason. And it kind of became required because there was a court proceedings. But ordinarily in a consent application for just under the standard provisions, there's no need to do measurements. And I refer to the rules for Waipukurau, which I crafted. Ultimately, what we're trying to do is reduce the impact or the requirements for people like me. There's a degree of self-compliance, but ultimately, number of movements are reported to the council. If it's below a certain threshold, we've considered what the noise levels would be at those thresholds, it's fine. The compliance is demonstrated with the noise provisions without getting a noise consultant involved. So there are definitely mechanisms to avoid those costs. And I guess just in terms of the costs, well, it's not actually to do with costs, my apologies. It's to do with a couple of statements yesterday were made that if they exceed the 14 days, then then operators have to find another airstrip. Well, that's not necessarily the case. They could apply for the consent application and in accordance with the underlying rules with and do an assessment in terms of 6805, which I don't think is particularly expensive either. And then so there's a balance to be had there. I don't think it's an onerous requirement. It's a very straightforward thing, particularly with a rural airstrip with a small number of movements of probably a small handful of different aircraft types. Where it starts to get complicated when you've got multiple different tracks that are being flown, different aircraft types and the like. But even then, it's not cost prohibitive. And I don't really want to jump in and say too much more, but obviously I suspect you'll have questions and I can answer those.
Thank you. Any questions from the panel?
I do. I'm curious to know, or we're curious to know, I think, when you measure noise on a rural airstrip we talk about, can you explain to me, if you get a complaint and you come out to measure that noise, how do you do that? What are the parameters you work under to measure it? And at what stage is that aircraft noise on the airstrip to actually noise in flight?
So in that example, in response to a complaint, or we're interested in the noise emissions from one particular aircraft, you more often than not look to be at the location where that noise is of concern. And that's normally an adjacent property, whether that's at the notional boundary or the house. And the measurement itself is undertaken using a sound level meter, and it's undertaken when that aircraft starts takeoff, roll, and disappears. It's an overall measure where all the sound energy from that event is captured. What happens is once that aircraft is at distance, the contributing sound energy to the overall noise level is of no consequence. So it, if you like, automatically cuts off at a given distance, because the obviously sound drops off as over distance, just because of the way that the energy is dissipated. So those measurements can be done in a discrete event of a given aircraft at a given time. More often than not, for airfields, and it doesn't matter whether it's a small low use airfield with intermittent movements or whether it's a large airport, we would normally deploy equipment which has event recognition software, and we can use that in relation to the records of activities that have occurred to define individual noise events and relate that to the aircraft that is causing them.
We had a person talk to us yesterday that talked about the fact that once that aircraft is at, what was the wording, point of takeoff or immediate takeoff, and he starts to roll, then he comes under the rules of the CAA. Just as he starts to roll his wheels, he becomes under a CAA rules and regulations. Is that an effect on how you measure the noise? Because I'm sort of confused. The grey area about, he was saying that the aircraft, once it's on takeoff, those noise, the noise regulations that you're talking about don't take effect.
Well, that's not how that is been applied anywhere throughout the country. Otherwise, it would be nonsensical. You'd have no aircraft noise effects anywhere. So the way that the noise is calculated takes account of the noise from any taxiing, start of takeoff roll, and in the process of departure. And in effect, it would be all noise up to the CAA threshold of 500 or 1,000 feet, depending on the area being overtaken. Now, I'm not sure of the CAA rules and what that means, but I wonder whether there might be a overlapping, but in essence, the territorial authority is controlling noise from operations immediately prior, during, and just post takeoff or arrival.
And just another one, you mentioned 14 days. Why 14 days? What's the background of them saying 14 days?
14 days is it's in some senses it is arbitrary, but it is also linked to the generic annoyance effects. It's also close to the sort of way that we would treat, say, temporary events in a district, that you would allow some, like a festival, to be at a higher noise level for some days. And what it should, in theory, allow is days of high intensity use that is necessary in the rural zone, but also beyond which it's likely to start causing problems for people. And I would say that the 14 days doesn't have to be consecutive days. They could absolutely be singular days, summer, winter, or the likes.
So, yeah, so we're talking at a 14-day for the top dressing pilot. If he arrives there on the strip and goes away again because it's too windy, that becomes 1 day.
I think that there possibly is a way. That's not what I would think would be the intention, and whether that can be crafted in some way in the rules. From a noise effects perspective, well, I'm not worried about that one trip. It's intensive days of activity.
I'll just jump in. Currently in the district, under the operative district plan, there is no provision for this exemption. So this is actually giving that industry a bit of a buffer between any potential complaints from the community and what they do. So today, if council got a complaint about some activities from one of these airfields, the officer would go out and try and work out whether it needs to comply with the district plan or not, or is it unreasonable noise? Do you serve an excessive noise direction? So the response today could be quite extreme, whereas by having the 14 days, that kind of gives them, let's call them golden tickets, to get on and do their activity without the potential for being grounded by complaints, vexatious or otherwise. So it really does give them a buffer that they've never had before.
Why 14 though? Why not 12? Why not 15? Why 14?
Well, you have to have a number.
Yeah, it's
So how did you come up with 14?
Well, that's
Or how did we come up with 14?
yeah, that's what Steve was explaining before. You know, it's been used elsewhere, and it's, you know, it's one of these things where, again, as Steve said, we do it for, if you like, pop concerts and different things. We say, well, you can have quite a bit of latitude for a period of time, and that's just something the community needs to put up with. But if you said 6 months, then the community isn't going to put up with that. So there's this sort of window of opportunity to give out these sort of golden tickets. Now, whether the council's minded to say 12 or 15 or 21, that's, you know, that would probably be the absolute top end. I'll let Steve argue with me about that, but you know, you need to put a number on it. Now, as the gentleman said yesterday, what happens if we use it for 15 days? Well, councils are complaints driven. If there's no complaints, nobody's going to be out there sheriffing and monitoring that it was the 15th day that your airstrip was being used. So does that help?
Sorry, I missed it. Can you just repeat that about the complaints in 15 days? Sorry, I just missed that. What were you saying?
So councils are complaints driven. So if there was a complaint on say the 15th day,
No,
Oh,
you
sorry,
said
if-
if there were no complaints.
if there are no complaints, but you happen to use it for 15 days and council doesn't get any complaints, nobody's out there monitoring the use of the airfield. It's really complaints driven.
And the flip side to that as well, if I can just add, is that if somebody complains after 1 day, you've got this mechanism to say, well, they're exempt for 14 days. There's no basis for this complaint.
We keep going, Mr. Chairman?
Oh, yeah.
Just with regards to that, given that there's an autumn busy period and a spring busy period, would you be adverse to there being this exemption period twice for the one for each season?
I think no is the answer. But again, it depends on the numbers. I mean, I think it might be useful to have some information from the submitters. I mean, because they're the experts in what they need to do. And that might inform, yeah, well, okay, because it's probably not going to be a problem if there's 14 days in summer and a week or so in autumn.
I believe we were given that sort of information yesterday and today. With regards to the same sort of question as the 14 hours, could you take me through the 14 days, the 1,000 hours, 1,000 movements? Is that just an arbitrary figure as well, or something that's been used elsewhere?
That's not something that we
Oh, that's
propose.
not noise, is it? It's not noise. It's all right.
Sorry, can't help.
Yeah, asking wrong people.
Yeah, no.
Can I just follow through while you're thinking? You say that on the 15th day, someone complains. If no one's taking measurements or whatever, that they've used up their 14, how is that to be determined? Who's to say, yes, you've used up your quota, sorry?
Well, I think my understanding, and we've heard a bit about the amount of legislation and control that they have to do for health and safety and the like. My understanding is that there's definitely logs kept. So I'm assuming the operator is keeping logs of when they're actually undertaking activity. And so it would be a relatively straightforward thing for the council to say, well, when did you fly? And as I referred to earlier on, there's a little degree of self-policing there. You don't want anybody else, some third party sitting there and ticking them off.
So your intention is that if they only manage to squeeze in 2 hours one day, and 3 hours the next, and no hours, and then 8 hours, that's like a cumulative total of days in terms of number of hours? I mean, what's the intention behind that? You said there wasn't the intention just to go there for 1 hour and that's your day written off. How would it work, do you think?
I think.
Sorry,
go
ahead, Dan.
Oh, so I'm just thinking about another job I did for a helicopter operator, and I was quizzing him exactly that. How long are you at the base for? And he said, "Well, every hour I'm at the base, I'm not making money. I need to be in the air doing things." So, conversely, they'll want to be top dressing and doing their ag work. Presumably they want to book in a day and get a decent chunk of a day's work done. Otherwise, going there was of less value to them and to their client. So, yeah, absolutely understand what you're saying about, do you say you've got 6 hours per day working in 14 days? So, or do you come up with 100 hours? And then again, does it start when you get on site, or is it from your first takeoff to your last landing? It might open up a bit more of a can of worms, whereas we're saying, here's 14 days. Now, let's say there is a 15th day and the nosy neighbour gets a bit upset. Doesn't mean they don't comply. It's not a sort of a black and white trigger. You've used up your 14. That's your 14 sort of free days. That's your 14 golden tickets used up. After that, if it's 1 or 2 days, and then that's it for the rest of the year or for 6 months, then no harm, no foul.
So only if a person complains, then and you're pretty confident they've used up their 14 days, you'd want some action taken in terms of measurements or calculations or what have you?
It would depend on a case by case basis, but if it was just somebody's, airstrip for their farm and they just happen to need, for different reasons, to use 16 days, they didn't want to, but the weather was bad and, half days and so forth, that still wouldn't necessarily be a non-compliance. It's just your first 14 are free. And after that, it's how many, how much, how long. And it might be they're finished by the time you get a complaint. So it's not because it's not that sort of ongoing activity. And that's what Steve was talking about earlier. If it was a community airstrip, which suddenly has 4 or 5 or 6 people using it, all doing 2 weeks each, and that's kind of a different sort of beast. And that might need to look at, but on a case by case basis. And again, councils are complaints driven. Nobody's going to go out there and
do you know whether the CAA has a different set of requirements if it is used by other operators other than the property owner or one operator? 4 or 5 people use the same airstrip. Are there separate requirements and rules for that? Do you know?
I don't know offhand what the CAA rules are in that sense. No.
It's more safety driven, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so still that. So just to clarify, so what we're talking about is 14 days golden ticket. After that, if somebody complains, then the council will look at it. Or 14 days, then if the operator wants certainty, they apply for a resource consent. Is that?
Yes, I think that's the case, and like there's a balance there, because if we're being frank, they're only doing 15 days. It's unlikely to generate complaints or trigger the decision to protect their operations by applying for consent. It's probably not going to be an issue. If you know you're doing 50 days of intense activity, so it's in your best interest to apply for the consent and protect your operation in being able to do that, which is what the airport noise standard allows, as well as making sure that there's not unreasonable noise levels in the community.
Okay, so using examples, so say the days and you've done an extra 10 days. Does that in effect make you in breach of the rule we're talking about?
Sorry, I missed those numbers. Could you repeat that for me?
Right. So you've done your 14 days and then for whatever reason you continue working for another 10 days, you don't apply for a resource consent. You're then in breach of the rule as we're contemplating it. And that would be the case?
Not necessarily. It depends. Yeah. And the reason we talk about complaints is because that's where our assessment position is. So nobody goes looking for problems. So you need the complaint first, and then that would be where anything would be measured, assessed to, and then compared to the airport standard.
Okay, so I might say.
I think maybe if I can ask the question is, you're suggesting maybe you've got an airstrip, and then your business sort of somebody says, oh, can you do my crop dusting for me? And somebody else says, can you do two? And your business sort of grows from your own 2-week thing to suddenly everybody says, oh, she can fly, she can do my work for me. And it scales up that you hadn't intended to. In that case, you'd be, as Steve said, you'd be proactive and say, I'm going to work out how much noise I do make and whether or not I need a resource consent for this. So you might go to the council and get a PIM and say, my business has gone from looking after my own farm to scaling up to doing 10 farms worth. So you get a PIM, council says you need to think about noise. You might get written approval from all your neighbours because you're in splendid isolation, in which case you might get a non-notified consent from council. So having to go through the resource consent process isn't always, a minefield.
Yes, I'm looking at it from the submitters that we had in front of us and talking to them. These
Yeah.
are people who actually, they're not just using the airstrip because they want to fly somewhere, it's their business. So it's that certainty of, is it a 14-day golden ticket, or is it really a 100-day golden ticket as long as nobody complains? And was
Yeah.
it,
So,
you know,
yeah,
or
so-
should we be going for a resource consent to have that certainty when we've actually had no complaints, there's been no problems, but we're concerned that we're actually going to be in breach of this rule, and the added stress and all of those sort of things while you're waiting for a resource consent.
Yeah.
Would they be able to operate while they're waiting for the resource consent if they're outside of their 14 days?
Question for the.
So, you know, the additional stress and all of these sort of things, while there hasn't actually been a complaint, but technically they may be in breach of this 14-day golden ticket. It's just, I'm
Yeah,
trying to
so-
understand the workability of it.
Yeah, so there currently is no golden ticket today, so you're giving them a golden ticket. They don't have this protection now under the operative plan. So if somebody complained today, then they'd probably be off to go and get a resource consent straight away. What you're offering, or what we're suggesting you offer them, is this ability to operate unfettered for 14 days.
But don't they operate unfettered now unless there's a complaint?
Absolutely, but if there was a complaint, they would maybe be grounded almost immediately. Whereas we are suggesting you give them an automatic 14-day window of opportunity. They don't have this protection now.
Sorry.
And it's great. It's great you've got no complaints. That's a really positive thing, and long may that continue.
Yeah, I guess maybe that's my next question. Do you know of how many complaints actually happen in terms of noise in Central Hawke's Bay? Because we've asked the submitters that have presented to us, and other than the one in terms of the judicial review, but the other gentleman that came yesterday that do significant top dressing said that no, they get complaints about dust, but not in terms of noise. And of course, they're operating all around Hawke's Bay. So I guess I'm trying to understand the extent of the issue that warrants a change from the status quo. I'm not seeing the nexus.
Yep, it could come under the umbrella term of reverse sensitivity. As people start moving into lifestyle blocks, and I think we've had it on other examples, you know, people, certainly in Taranaki where I'm based, they're sort of like, wow, cows go moo and actually make a bit of noise in the night, and they smell, and chook farms smell a bit. I didn't realise that about the country, and then suddenly there's an ag plane. Now, I don't think those are bad things, but that's the reality. Is we do have, you know, the rural lifestyle. Intensifying is not the right word, but you get what I mean. There's more and more people want a rural lifestyle, but not always do they want the activities that go with it. And what we're suggesting here is that before there's a complaint, you kind of hand the aviation industry this 2-week, well, I'll call them golden tickets. I think that works. So that when somebody across the fence didn't realise that that's what they do for a week or two during the year, they can just rely on that and don't have to go through a resource consent process. Like Steve says, don't have to employ people like us. So it's enabling them. It's not disabling them.
Can I just pick up on that? What you think?
Yeah, because I'm
it sounds like from yesterday's submitters and even a little bit today, there's quite a lot of uncertainty in that sector around what 14 days is and how it be measured and the implications and things. So it sounds like that were this standard to be, you know, carried on into the plan, a lot of, if it's not in the plan, if it's not very clear in the plan, then some guidance would be required to advise operators and farmers and whoever how it works, so that they have a bit of certainty around that, I would suggest.
Yeah, I'm sure an advice note could be crafted.
just again a question from Commissioner Aiken. In terms of how that 14 days works. If we had a conversation yesterday about, you know, if a person comes in, does 2 trips or, you know, does all their trips in an hour, for 2 hours in a day. And you said, your comment about it's not continuous or those sort of things. So say they do it in 2 hours in a day, then they do 2 hours another day. Are those hours built up until they become a day? How does that work? How does it work in terms of the full
Question
time?
I had.
I think that's yeah, same as the previous question, whether an advice note needs to be provided that says a day equals 4 takeoffs and landings or something. So I'm making this up on the fly, but you take my point that if they turn up and the wind's up or the fertilizer's not there, then apologies for the pun, if the fertilizer's not there or for some reason they can't do their job and they leave, then maybe you say, well, that doesn't count as a day's work, you know, to take away that.
Has this been done anywhere else? Have you got an example that you can show us of what that sort of guidance would look like? Have we had a 14 days somewhere else with that sort of framework that we can understand? Because it just seems like a lot of uncertainty.
I don't know of any examples off the top of my head in that sense. I think, sorry?
Of the wording of the
wording, no. There's similar intent with basically allowing activities to have some exemptions for a period of time. I think the answer is either you make it so that you take off, that's 1 day, it doesn't matter whether you do 1 or 20, which I think the submitters were feeling is quite unfair, which is a fair comment, or you have to define what it means, and so that there's certainty in that sense. The other thing that I would just add while I was thinking about this in terms of what movements constitute or don't, there's also, if you exempt agricultural aircraft, how do you then, when it comes to responding to a complaint, make the distinction between what is an agricultural aircraft movement and what is a general aviation movement? I don't know whether there's a specific way that aircraft movements are logged that would provide that distinction, but if you exempt them all, then you've got to have a mechanism of being able to tell the difference between agricultural and another aircraft, and that is also problematic. So it would avoid that in that sense.
You want to continue that part of the conversation, or yeah. So we've heard monitoring is expensive, and from submitters, I noted that you disagreed, and that it, in terms of monitoring, it can be done as a calculation. Well, I mean, given you're in the business, can you give a range of if somebody was had to apply for a resource consent or had to meet the expectations of an assessment based on a complaint, what sort of price range are we looking at to actually comply with either one of those events?
I think that, as I say, the level of activity is what drives it. So what amount of work you have to do, and absolutely you're right, there's monitoring by calculation or there's monitoring by measurement. Measurements take quite a bit of time, and obviously we've got to get all the way up to Central Hawke's Bay unless we're combining with other trips. So that does make it cost prohibitive. But the cost of doing some calculations in a resource consent, it's quite straightforward. It's some simple calculations, and I think when Damien and I were talking yesterday, we were saying that we could almost have those numbers in our heads and be confident with them just by knowing this detail. So we're not talking about prohibitive costs at all.
For the purposes of both a resource consent application and a complaint scenario, both of them would require the calculation model and not the other model?
I think the complaint scenario, as we've seen from the submitted this morning, that did actually require measurements because it was going to court. Only if there's a significant issue with the consent, which is why would you ever consider doing measurements for a small rural airstrip? I would absolutely be suggesting that it was done by calculation only. And a complaint scenario is likely to involve, as I say, that court aspect, potentially, if it gets serious. And I think that would move it into a different order of magnitude.
And yeah, I mean, and following that on, yesterday we asked the submitters what they would ask you. And the question was, do you know what the economic cost would be to complete the process over 14 days? And who would police the process? That was the question we got asked. Yeah, the noise aspect. We'll ask the planners who on the other one. Just to follow on, can you give me a range? Can you give me a price range? You said it's not onerous in terms of calculation versus thing. I know I'm asking you for a piece of thread and how long it is, but it would be good to understand the range, the cost in terms of calculation versus, say, a small complaint, not a judicial review complaint. That economic, that purest cost that you can answer versus I'll have a conversation about the wider economic cost with them.
Well, I mean, it's a really difficult one to cost on the fly. I
won't hold you to it, just indicatively.
Yeah. So a complaint that requires investigation via desktop might be a day's time. I'm going to just make up some numbers now. I mean, I'm trying to help out. Might be $1,500. If you've got to get in the car or fly to the region, it's going to take extra days. It's going to be 2 or 3 times that. If you've got 14-day exemptions and it's complaints on day 2, it's going to cost nothing. It's just going to be the council time.
Question. Can you just clarify for me? We've got a 14-day thing, but we've also got aircraft movements. Why have both? Could we just require aircraft movements? Because you said they require logs to be kept and everything, so there's a ready record of flights and things versus days, which is hard to. We discussed that. Is there a difference between having both, or a reason for having both?
See, I've no particular opinion or strong preference for the number of movements, as long as it's covered by the requirements to meet the noise standards. That makes any compliance assessment performance-based. So within the noise standard, you have a noise limit that you shouldn't exceed, and that's linked to community annoyance. And then in my opinion, it's up to the operator of how they would go about managing their operations to meet that, whether that's through 1,000 movements of quiet aircraft or 10 movements of incredibly insanely noisy aircraft. That doesn't matter as long as that noise limit isn't exceeded, and it provides operational flexibility. So I'm comfortable with the number of movements being removed. There might be other planning reasons for that. You have to ask the reporting planners, but as long as there is a performance-based control in terms of the noise level, which is what the airport noise standard refers to.
Did I get you wrong? It could be an either. It could be 14 days or aircraft movements. One or other would be your trigger kind of threshold. Could be just your trigger.
The 1,000 movements, I'd have to think about that. The point of the exemption is to give, as Damien has said, this ability to have quite an easy way to police it. There's just exemptions for those 14 days. You don't even have to think about the number of movements.
And because it's in the district plan, for instance, if there was a complaint and the planning officer, duty officer points the complainant to the district plan and they say, oh, well, they've been flying for the last 3 days, people can count days rather than, well, how many movements was it? I think it was 6 or 8 or 12. They were doing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Well, they've got 14. So, give us a call if it continues after 14 days or something like that. So rather than
I'm trying to remember how many cars went past your place, on the road.
Yeah, a bit like that. How many blue ones, it's getting a bit like that. So again, this protection doesn't exist for the ag industry. you'd be giving them something, not taking something away from them.
Further questions from the
Given that from the evidence we heard yesterday that while they're in flight, they're governed by CAA, when they're taking off and landing at the airstrip, my question revolves around when they're taking off and landing at the airstrip. The S513 talks about 55 decibels, whatever the terminology you use for the that standard. Could you give us some idea of how close, what does a normal top dressing plane, when it's idling, is it 20 and at full noise it's 55, or is it, can you give us some basis of comparison?
So the noise level referred to in the airport noise standard is a noise exposure. And what that means is it's a cumulative noise energy. So it takes accounts of the individual aircraft's absolute noise level when it goes from takeoff to departure or arriving. And that's a chunk of energy, noise energy. What the airport noise standard allows you to do is to consider whether there's 12 of those movements and say 12 of a noisier aircraft, and it takes all of the individual energy and adds them together, and it creates a noise exposure metric. So the number in the district plan is not something you'd ever read on a sound level meter, because what you'd see on a sound level meter is the noise energy from just the event that you're experiencing at that time. So it's actually quite equivalent to the noise exposure in the general district plan rules of 50, 40 during the day and night. I think those ones, Damien, you might have to correct me on the actual numbers. And it's a series of discrete events. And so the noise level will go up and then it will drop away to be absolutely nothing because there's no aircraft in the vicinity.
So is the top dressing plane close to that noise exposure?
There is no, it's because the noise exposure metric is a combination of all of those number of movements. My general experience is you'd get quite a number of aircraft in a given time period on a day, and that would influence the LDN to an extent, but it wouldn't cause compliance problems because you've got a lot of period of time when there's no noise events occurring.
And
it's definitely linked. Sorry, it's definitely linked to the number of events that occur.
So the number of movements would be applicable then.
Yeah, and this is why I don't think compliance for most of the operators will be an issue, because although they have, if we put aside the 14-day exemption, although they might have 100 or 1,000 movements, there will be periods where that's occurring over a number of days. There will be other periods within the noise metric calculations where there's zero, and that's taken account of as well.
And the last factor to think about is the distance. Where's the receiver? Is the house 50 meters away from the middle of the airstrip, or 500 or a kilometer? So it's how loud it is, how long it happens for, and how far away the people are. Those are the key three things.
Just one very quick question. You may not answer it, and I probably should have read it in the district plan. Does that include private aircraft in those days and movements?
So in terms of if somebody was applying for a consent for agricultural activity?
No, just a private, we know around here there's a few private pilots that operate off airstrips and have their aircraft parked on the farm. Does that include those aircraft? So a private pilot taking off one day, does that mean one day? So he's only allowed to go off 14 days in the year?
There's no exemptions for private aircraft. It's only for agricultural.
Okay, that's cool. Thank you.
I just had, just to clarify, now that I actually had a look at the standard. So just following on my question about calculation versus measurement, looking at 13, so in the standards 13, the measured at notional boundary of any building containing, et cetera, that could be done by calculation, or would it be done by measurement?
It's definitely the starting point is by calculation. One of the things about measurements is you can't measure, or you could, in theory, you can't measure every relevant assessment location around a given airfield. And if you imagine the situation, say, for example, in Queenstown, you wouldn't want to measure at 10,000 houses. So calculation is the starting point, and all of the calculations are verified by measurements that we've done in the past of the particular aircraft that are under consideration. So that would always be interpreted as do this by calculation.
I'm just picturing every farmer when they're in their 15th day of an airstrip running their tractor up and down the road to annoy the noise measurements. Yeah. To interrupt them.
It does happen. Don't worry, it does happen. Yeah,
it does happen.
I have no further question.
Okay. Just want to move on to a slightly different topic we heard about yesterday. That's the aerodrome, the Waipukaro aerodrome. Do you have any immediate responses to the submitters from yesterday in terms of their concerns and the relief they're seeking from the district?
I'm not actually aware. Can you tell me which submitter this was?
Who was that?
Bill mentioned the aerodrome, but it wasn't specifically about the aerodrome.
The aerodrome came under.
That
was last week.
He did mention it.
He did mention it, yeah.
Just in passing, wasn't it?
I don't think he had any particular concerns. He was talking about the aerodrome's use, was he? I haven't made any notes about that.
Deliberation.
Okay, that's all right. Any other further questions from? Okay, well, thank you for your time and patience and willingness to answer our questions. We appreciate that. There might be some further discussions had with the reporting planners at some stage after this hearing, I imagine. So thanks again.
Do you want to deal with the Port NZ submission?
Oh,
yeah.
I promise I'll be very, very quick.
If you could kick off by responding to that.
Bird
Yeah.
scarers and.
Bird scarers, that's right.
The difference between a bird scare and a gun and another one.
Yeah, so there was, I listened to the submission yesterday and unfortunately there was, perhaps if they'd got some technical assistance, obviously it can be a bit tricky with some of these acoustic parameters we deal with. There's something called an LAE and an SEL. They're actually exactly the same thing. And the reason for that is you have Europeans writing standards and you have North Americans writing standards for exactly the same thing. So they are interchangeable, and I've already made some notes for the reporting officer about what we should do in that regard, and effectively nothing. The other area of potential confusion yesterday that I observed anyway was the difference between bird scarers that are percussive, explosions, cannons, shotguns, versus avian distress alarm. And the two acoustic ways of measuring that, the two noise parameters are different. So the avian distress one is not an ambulance siren, but it's a modulating pitched sound that goes up and down. And if the siren swivels, it also appears to your ears to go up and down in volume. So as it moves around to scare the birds away. So the most appropriate parameter for that is the SEL or the LAE, the SEL parameter, because that's about loudness and time. And so we've recommended that be used and that it be set at a level of 55 decibels. You can go out and directly measure that if you need to, or an environmental health officer from council could, if they need to go and measure that, if there was a complaint. The other one, the percussive ones, and there's different ways of measuring that sort of very high impact shot noise, which is either using what's called an L-max, maximum sound pressure level, or something called L-peak, which your noise meter measures automatically for you. So the reason we go for L-peak is it has what's called a quicker rise time on the equipment, so it just picks it up quicker. And we've set that or recommended that that noise level for that type of noise be set at 100 decibels LZ peak. And in layman's terms, that's bloody noisy. And that's okay because we're trying to scare birds away. So the real control is how many times does that happen? So we've said, 3 shot volleys and limited it to a number of times per hour. Otherwise, if you didn't, then you'd have to have it at a lower level so that you could have multiple shots. But it is very loud. It's got to do its job, but you can't have unlimited shots per hour. Otherwise, it'll sound like World War III. So unfortunately, I think the submitter from Hort NZ was getting the two, was suggesting a 65 SEL for something that's percussive or an explosion, and that's just not appropriate. The fact that Hawke's Bay, Hastings have done it, I think, is unfortunately a deficiency in their plan. So hopefully they don't get any complaints that they have to go and investigate. And I think the other thing was the the noise level from frost fans, and we'd set that at 55 decibels LEQ, which is compared to your nighttime noise limit of 45 is a generous relaxation in the noise rules to allow frost fans to do their job and protect those crops when they need to. So the suggestion of 65 is considered over the top, and there's a bit of case law around that. There's one case that Hort NZ were involved with in Marlborough in 2014, where the Environment Court set a noise limit of 55 decibels LEQ at within notional boundaries of rural houses from phosphans. So that's where we're basing those numbers on. And that's pretty much everything that we saw from Hort New Zealand, I think. But I've given these notes to the reporting officer, so there's no change in our recommendations in that regard.
Any questions from the commissioners? All good.
Stunned into silence.
Thanks for covering that up. Appreciate it. Right. With that, I will say thank you, and we'll let you go. And we'll get on with the other submitter.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kia ora tato, I think. My name's Quentin Davies. I'm representing James Bridge. I think I'm the submitter next.
You are, yep. And the floor is all yours.
Thank you very, very much. Apologies for Mr. Bridge not being here. He had a power cut and can't make it. I happen to be in the Auckland High Court doing something else, but I've stepped out of court briefly to assist. So we've prepared some written submissions, which I think are circulated. And I'll very briefly go through those and just highlight the key points. There's 4 key points. The first is in respect of policy RLRP3 and whether or not that should refer to the highly productive rural land resource or all rural land resources. And then there's a change particularly in the rural production zone or within the rural production zone. And our point essentially is that this is a policy under an objective, and the objective refers to both of those things, the rural productive zone and the highly productive rural land resource. And so we're making a legal point there that effectively the policy needs to implement the objective, and if the objective is narrowed, so must the policy be as well. So I mean, it's a submission which is based on the objectives. I don't understand the objectives under challenge, and as a consequence, I guess that's the start and the end point is that the policy needs to reflect the objective. A very similar point is made in respect of RLRP4. Again. Highly productive rural land resource needs to be protected, not all rural land resources, and then particularly in is deleted and replaced by within, to make sure that it refers to the rural production zone and not other zones. And a similar legal points made in that respect. The third submission that we make in this context is in respect to the subdivision standards, and I understand that we've got agreement between the 42A reporting officer and Mr. Bridge in respect of the minimum lot size of 2,500 square metres. So I don't understand that to be controversial. What I'm suggesting is that the minimum lot size should be 2,500 square metres in respect of that rule. And the other point is as much a point of geometry as it is a point of, it's much a legal point as it is a point of geometry. And that is having a 15-metre setback in a 2,500 square metre section. That's fine. What's quite tight actually, but it's workable if the section is exactly square, because if you then do the maths and you work out, well, if I have a 15-metre setback from a 2,500 square metre section, you can have a house precisely in the middle, which is 20 metres by 20 metres, which is fine. But when it comes to, if you only have your section which is square, and most sections aren't square, they're rectangular, and as soon as you say, well, it's not a 50-metre long boundary, it's a 40-metre long boundary, you start to end up with houses that can only be 10 metres long. And if you then have a 30-metre long boundary, which is again reasonably common, you can't have a house at all because there's no, it doesn't meet the setback requirement. And what we've proposed in our submission is that we retain the 15-metre setback from rural productive land, but from other from roads or from other subdivided lots, there doesn't have to be that 15 metres, and that means that you're protecting the reverse sensitivity complaints, but equally you are ensuring that there's a reasonable area on which you can build a house. Otherwise, you basically run out of room. So Mr. Bridge will be coming along in a later hearing, and we'll introduce ourselves properly and go through all that. But you're reaching the end of your day, and so I don't want to take up time with that. But those are the four short points. 2 points would simply reflect that the policy needs to reflect the objective. 1 point that we agree with in terms of the rules with the council officer, and the final point, which is which we've suggested a sort of a practical way forward to make sure that you can actually build a section build a house on a section. So those are my oral comments. If you've got any questions, I'm happy to.
I will find out. Any questions?
Just one. Just a clarification. Yeah. In terms of your comment around the 15-metre setback and rural production land, just in terms of your legal submission in paragraph 33 in the table, it refers to an existing plantation forest. So am I taking it that we're adding in rural production land to that table?
Yeah, so how it's written into the table is that there's a 15-metre setback unless it's adjoining a site of 2.5 hectares or less, in which case it will be 5 metres. So the effect of that is to say unless you've got very small rural production land, which you might have, but it just goes on lot size. If you're next to a lot that's less than 2.5 hectares, you would then end up with a larger area on which you can put your house.
But if that property is 2.5 hectares or less and is adjacent to rural production land, sorry. Strong land. Then we want to have 5 setback.
Yeah, so if someone happens to be farming that 2.5 hectare lot, they would have a 5 metre setback on this, on this. So it's driven off lot size. So yep, in theory, if you've got if you happen to be farming a 2.5 hectare lot, you may end up with a house 5 metres from the boundary rather than 15. If I understood your question correctly.
Yeah, I probably didn't say it correctly. The conversation we've been having is, in terms of the setback, at the moment, it's 15 in a general sense. People have been asking for 5 metres to reduce it back down to 5 metres, as is the operative plan, as I understand. There is, however, this conversation we've been having where land that might be general, rural, or rural lifestyle is adjacent to rural production zone. And in that instance, what New Zealand raised yesterday, the salient point that they spray and things like that, and that a 5 metre setback might not be appropriate from on that basis. I've asked this question of the other submitters, which, 5 metres may not be appropriate, even if the piece of land, as you say, see it as 2.5, it may not be appropriate in that instance where that piece of land abuts the rural production zone to have a 5 metre setback. So that was my question. What do you think of that?
I think that's what we've provided for. We're saying 15 metres is the default, but it's 5 metres if it's a small lot which you're next door to. So assuming that small lots are residential activity and large lots are rural production or rurally used zone. I mean, it doesn't matter about the zoning in this context. It's just a question of how big the lot size is. But assuming you're using larger lots for rural production, those lots get more protection than small other presumably rural residential or residential lots. So that if I heard your question correctly, I think what we're proposing addresses that precise issue.
And just one question for me to clarify. So Mr. Bridge is seeking that the policy for the RLA policy 3 is narrowed down. This is the further fragmentation of the lifestyle subdivision. So it's just focused on highly productive land, and that's highly productive land in the rural production zone, because the policy as notified is much more general than that. It does talk about just generally further fragmentation in the rural, but with a particular focus on the rural productive zone. But just to clarify that, he just wants it to really focus on that, not a bit more general.
That's right. So land which is not highly productive within the rural production zone doesn't get the protection of these two policies. And that's consistent with your objective, which, as you've pointed out, focuses on highly productive rural land resources. So he is wanting to narrow that policy on the basis that there is no need to preserve from fragmentation rural land resources that's not highly productive. Or that's not what the objective says. So there's an inconsistency.
I agree with you that in terms of objective 3, because it does talk about highly productive land, but objective 2 talks about the primary production role of the district's rural land resources retained and not compromised by subdivision, etc. So there is another objective which has a more broader kind of protection of the rural land resource from an appropriate subdivision.
So our position would be that this policy only needs to refer to highly productive rural land resources rather than less productive rural land resources. Obviously, not pulling any evidence on that. So if there's a lack of evidence, then that's an issue for you.
We'll no doubt hear back from the reporting officers. Thank you. Any other questions? So thank you for your patience and being able to fit us in to your report.
No
proceedings.
problem. Thank you very much.
Yes, all right. Just quickly, are we all warm enough or cold enough?
I've been turning it down, but it doesn't seem to make any effect.
It was still on 21 outside. It's still coming out really hot. I don't hear it very much.
Ah, you didn't make it. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, just to let everyone know, we're having some issues with the air conditioning at the moment, so we'll take a 5-minute break until we resolve that issue. Thank you. Good afternoon. Well, thank you. We have fixed our air conditioning units by opening one of the doors to let fresh air in. We will finish hearing stream 3 with an opportunity for the reporting officers to respond to matters arising. I presume there'll be some matters they can talk to verbally, and there'll be a number of matters which will indicate will need a more sort of considered right of reply through a written response. So if I hand over to Rowena McDonald to get that.
Thank you.
Oh, and just don't forget the sound thing. Sorry.
Speak up. I probably would prefer just to respond in relation to maybe the significant areas that I identified at the beginning of the hearing. The other more minor matters I think we can address fairly easily through the right of reply. But just to give you an understanding of where I'm heading or thinking, might be helpful to you. So in terms of the shading of land and roads from trees, continuous trees along the boundaries, etc. I think I'm leaning towards making some amendments as requested by Port New Zealand, mainly to realign with Hastings provisions I think what may have happened in the meantime is it looks like the second clause that was in the Hastings plan has since been deleted, and that may have been through mediation of their plan. I'm not entirely sure. So I may have been working off something that has since changed. So to bring it back in line, that might be one of the things I will consider. That's that addressing that part. There was a question, which is not one of my matters here, but there was a question that Claire Price raised yesterday around the definition of primary production and the inclusion of mining and quarrying in that definition, and how that may or may not have influence in terms of their approach to Hatuma Lime's approach to the objectives and policies in the rural zones. And she made quite a good point, and I suppose I hadn't really considered it that way myself, so it was quite useful, where she said that with it being part of the definition and the objectives and policies in those rural zones do capture mining and earthworks in that sense. So then my question was, right, well, I know the rules exclude mining and quarrying in terms of the rural zones because they are then dealt with in the earthworks chapter. So I'm okay. So, but what does that mean then in terms of the objectives and policies for the rural zones by it capturing mining and quarrying? And I'm quite comfortable that they do. I don't think there's anything untoward, but I would like to reserve to come back on that. But just my thinking over the time since hearing people talk about that is making me think, yeah, I think it's okay. So that may be quite a useful outcome for Hatuma Lime and for the council in that regard. So we heard from, so I'll go back to my list. So seasonal workers accommodation, I think I indicated to you at the beginning of the hearing that I'm comfortable with dropping the 24 maximum people accommodated aspect of that provision, and I'm still feeling quite comfortable with that, so I will bring that back through to my right of reply. So another matter that I was perhaps going to just briefly discuss, but I'm wondering whether it might be better to come back to the panel on this formally, was just around that water storage policy. I guess what we've been grappling with is what land use activity would trigger a resource consent that would then activate the need to consider the policy. And given that it's water storage, we're not, not completely sure when that policy would come into play. On the other hand, I'm a little bit concerned that you might get a scenario where someone says, my land's been identified as highly productive land, but I don't have access to reliable water, so therefore it's not highly productive and I should be allowed to subdivide it for lifestyle purposes. So I guess I'm just a bit nervous about the connection. So but I'll come back to you on that when I've had a bit more thinking around it. Yeah, and I think the other aspect that I will come back to you on is the aspect of scope in terms of broadening the policy to a more overarching community kind of a policy, as opposed to strictly tangata whenua, which was as requested, and what the implications of that might be. I'm not 100% sure where I sit in that regard. So again, I think that requires a bit of consideration. I guess probably the big one for me has been listening to the submitters in relation to the agricultural aviation movements, and there's been a lot of discussion about that. So I feel like there's a whole heap of untangling of what we've heard over the last couple of days. And so I would definitely reserve for my right of reply in that regard. But as an indication, I have a feeling that the issues can be addressed sufficiently by setback requirements in terms of condition A of the rule R5. And I think maybe we can reconsider the need for the movements condition, and we can reconsider the need, because I think the movements can be captured through the requirement around noise standards. And I feel that Steve, Peakle and Damien were indicating today that actually it's the noise standard that needs to stay. But that maybe the movements doesn't have to be there if the noise is captured. And then in terms of the gross floor area, I have a feeling that that's also possibly something I can agree is unnecessary, given that the main reason for those limits are around protecting the highly productive land resource. And if the rural production zone standard around total building coverage applies, I think we're covered. So it may be that we can leave that one as well, but I'll come back to you on that. In terms of the noise standard, I'm quite confused. I think it was really helpful having Steve and Damien talk about the golden ticket, because I think that's where there's kind of been a little bit of a mismatch of understandings around how that 14-day exemption applied. And so for me, that is an easier way to look at it, and that it's enabling, not disabling. So I will come back to you on that one. Other than that, I don't think there's anything else particularly significant that has cropped up that's made me think differently.
Does the panel want to put specific questions to Rowena for her to address either now or through?
The other one was the gas transmission network setback, but is that just going to come under the?
Janine will talk to that in a moment.
Oh, okay, sorry.
We've demarcated.
Yeah, there's a wall. I think there's been quite a lot for us to chew over the last couple of days with this, you know. So rather than on the hoof try and give you anything now, I might save that for next minute directions if there's specific matters, not excluding anything else you want to cover off, but I think that the panel are interested in hearing your response on. So that's also a question for the panel as well. If there's specific things you want to hear back from to the written writer. Minutes.
Is this the time to, I had some wording around the latest, you know, how he wanted within instead of particularly in the highly productive James Bridge one. If we had a
specific response on that?
Yeah, just I was about to write it down when we had the break, but I wondered if particularly the highly productive land could be put down after the particularly, so that we're covering all rural land resource. This is on RLR P3. So it would read, to limit the amount of further fragmentation of the district's rural land resource through limiting lifestyle subdivision, particularly in the highly productive land of the rural production zone. And that would, all words to that effect, and then it would answer his query, but still follow the intent that we had. Is that? Yeah. I would put water meters.
And part of that response, Rowena, will be whether he's right in terms of that line of sight is only focused on objective 3. Taking into account other objectives.
I thought that objective 2 and 3 are both relevant, so that's right.
Anything from yesterday?
Listen to Janine.
Let's hear from Janine and then we wrap up.
Okay, so on PSU 18, the gas transmission network and the 20 meters. So I think one thing just to remind everyone, because there was a lot of discussion about it yesterday and a lot of talk about different types of activities that could be under the transmission lines. Over the gas lines, I should say, is that standards RPROS S14 and GRUS S12 only apply to residential activities. Therefore, the application of the maximum 20 metre setback, it is limited just to those activities. First Gas, however, have requested that the standards be amended so that they apply to all sensitive activities. So that would be, in addition to residential activities, you have things like marae, park, visitor accommodation, camping grounds, educational facilities, community facilities, hospitals, those sorts of things. But the other aspect of that request to extend it to sensitive activities is that I don't believe that there is scope to do that. First Gas was a further submitter, and none of the original submissions have scope to make that change. There have been no other requests, so I don't think we can allow that. The panel heard from Graham Roberts yesterday from First Gas that the area of 20 metres either side of the gas transmission line is referred to by them as the crispy zone. So my current thinking at the moment is that if there is that significant risk to residential activities closer than 20 metres to the pipeline, then perhaps it could be remiss if we were to delete that standard. And I suppose thinking whether in reality people would want to build a residential dwelling any closer than that to a high pressure pipeline, gas pipeline. So at this stage, I'm sort of as a mind that perhaps to recommend that those standards be retained as notified. But I will confirm that my right reply, but that's where my current thinking is. There was some discussion yesterday in terms of the Transpower's 12 metre setback of poles from the National Grid yard. And if I understood it correctly, Transpower gave 3 examples of 110 kV lines where there is a 12 metre setback, and that was in Waikato, Horowhenua and Waimate. I'm not sure if I put that right. And they were saying that the approach requested for Central Hawke's Bay is totally consistent with those plans and the approach that's taken across New Zealand. And that I think that they're saying if you get to 8 metre setback, then it wouldn't be consistent. And if I understood correctly, they're going to provide us with some more information on that. Is that 8 metres may have only applied to 50 So I'm not quite sure. So there's some more thinking to be done around that. I'm not entirely clear at this point what I would recommend. Key issue 19 was the other one about and requesting that using facilities, educational facilities, physical accommodation be made a discretionary activity, and that would then enable council to consider the operational and functional need for those activities to establish within the rural zones. As we advised the panel yesterday, we have identified an issue where, as a consequence of recommendations that have been made to address other submission points, the effect of those is that the notified policy 2 in both the general rural and the rural production zones has been replaced entirely by some new wording. But that has then removed the original policy wording, which supported the rules permitting, albeit at limited scales, those activities within the zones, recognising that if the original policy was reinstated, then that would address the need to change the activity status. So at the moment, that original policy is the only one in the chapters that supported permitting those activities. So I also consider that changing the activity status to discretionary would ignore the recognition in the proposed plan that's notified given to the need to provide for those sorts of activities to support the function and the well-being of the rural communities and the contribution that they make to the vitality and the resilience of the district's economy. So I consider that if the application for if an application for discretionary activity was required to justify, I'll start again. I also have some concerns that if a discretionary activity was required for those activities, and you then had to, by way of reference to the current policy 2 as it's been recommended to be amended, which would require an assessment to be made of whether there is a functional or operational need for those activities established within the zones, then that could make it quite difficult for any of those to establish if you had to make that, had to provide some evidence to support that. And I don't think that was the intention of the plan that was notified by way of those original policy 2 in each chapter. And then the only other thing really that hasn't sort of been touched on yesterday was in relation to key issue 2 and the water supply that FEMS has requested, or Fire and Emergency New Zealand has requested for rural zones where there is no reticulated or available water supply. Nothing more has really come out of the hearing on that. So I have not really sort of anything further to add to that at the moment. Other than to say really it comes down to a question of whether rural water supply for firefighting is more, but and also agree some wording on what standard could be included. Stage.
Are you, I'll start. Are you revisiting the whole camping ground definition?
Note to
Right,
do that. I haven't
question
had
was for Rita.
Yes, just to add to that, I'm sort of a little uncertain whether there is scope for us really to address it.
Helpful if you could.
Yeah, because I don't believe there have been any submissions that have queried the definition of camping grounds.
Yeah, I couldn't remember to ask whether it included. covered that.
We'll check that.
It's given we've dealt with it and dealt with, well, we had them present on one and had a conversation about it. And now having a conversation with not here yet.
Yeah, I think there was some question around what would, how would apply to anything, but they can check that and convert to.
There could be scope as a consequential amendment. Having said that, I don't know that for sure. So. What I might do after this is go into deliberations and then firstly just reconsider the information and if there's further information we need through right of replies, what have you, we'll put that in the next minute to make best use of today while our brains are still moving. But just before I adjourn the hearing, I think that point's sufficient.
if there's anything else raised on the minute as well.
I mean,
Anything, Graham?
I will reiterate, I am still confused around how the plan frames different levels of different types of primary production activities and how it all works and what's an NPS standard and what needs to be separate to the NBS standards and nesting and all that sort of good stuff. So it might be helpful for one, as I said yesterday, a flow chart or something just to show how the plan deals with all the types of activities we've heard in the last day and a half.
Also composting.
Yeah, all those sorts of things. It doesn't have to be super comprehensive and cover every single possibility, just a few of the key.
Well, composting is probably a good example of the work it's done. In terms of, is that a subcategory or is it not a subcategory?
Yeah, or glass house production and things, and, you know, just for our sake, just to make sure the plan does cover every base it needs to appropriately.
And given we've had evidence in terms of using composting of what it's actually used for, to have some context as well, whether that actually makes a difference.
Right. Any further questions? No. Okay, well, on that, I will adjourn hearing stream 3. As I said, we will issue a minute coming out of this hearing on various matters arising, and I think that minute may be able to, if we can confirm it, when the next hearing will be. And hopefully the rest of the program of hearings as well. Yes, so next week. So with that, I'll adjourn the hearing and thank everybody for their attendance and patience. Thank you.